Check out these rims. Let's go deep.
lean, 50 racks on the bins, off my jeans, froze chillin'. Both them must get busy. I can feel my kidneys and I'm trapping like I'm Whitney. Yo, bitch with me, now boy, she ain't missing. Hold up, who you dissing? I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
Introducing Mograph TV from Mograph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. Mograph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
Mograph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
Mograph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
Check out these rims. Let's go deep.
Hello everyone and welcome to SIGGRAPH Day 2 2024 here at the Maxon booth. Hello Internet, I'm back again, Matthias aka Major VFX on all the socials, and today we are doing the same as we always do at these amazing shows, and that is showcasing how artists create some of the best visuals you'll see on any screen anywhere using Maxon software. So to my left, longtime friend, we have him in person this time. We've had him virtually at some of our other presentations, but get ready for some spooky, amazing scenes with Luis Miranda. Woo, big round of applause.
Hello. All right. Can everybody hear me? No. Okay. Awesome. So my name is Luis Miranda, as Matthias said. My kind of specialty tends to be more in the horror realm, and so I kind of wanted to collect all of the weird tips and tricks that I have learned from making a lot of these spooky animations. And so yeah, that's why it's called Weird Things I've Learned Making Spooky Stuff. So here's a little bit of a background on me. I'm a 3D artist here in Denver, Colorado. Since I grew up in Denver, I had the privilege of getting to work for the Denver Broncos back when, they were good. Back when that was kind of actually one of my earlier jobs. I got to go to the Super Bowl with them because, they had Peyton Manning. Got to attend the game. I also even had my stuff shown at the game. And because I was an employee, I ended up getting a Super Bowl ring out of it. So I thought that was pretty cool. But then after that, I ended up going freelance. And after that, it's been a lot of interesting clients, such as The Mill, the Famous Group, and also locally here with Spilt. I've even gotten to work with Beeple, which I thought was pretty cool. So something about the Famous Group is they still do a lot of sports stuff. And I actually got to do the open titles, sorry, just like the open video for the Baltimore Ravens. And that actually recently got an Emmy for Best Open. So I thought that was pretty neat. So I'm going to show you guys my reel so you guys can see the type of work I do. And then we can go into these project files and break them down. All right. Oop. Wrong one. All right. Let's go ahead and pause that. All right, so ultimately what I want to do is make my way to this project file, which is inside of Unreal. And so this is a animation that I made inside of Cinema, but am using Unreal to render it. But this is kind of like the accumulation of all of the weird tips and like things that I've learned along the way. So in order to use Unreal, you need to know how to use your UVs. You also need to know your rigging. And also you need to know how to like communicate between software, like from Cinema 4D over to Unreal. And so this guy, I would consider to be like the accumulation of all those tips. So you can kind of see how it's running. It's actually running in real time. Like there's no like playback of any video. But before we get to all that, I want to show kind of like where this sort of like trajectory into horror started. So the first video I got is on, it's this one about, I'm going to preface it before I press play on it. It is a like a modern retelling of the Book of Revelation using artificial intelligence and like robots in place of, you know, characters that are in the Bible. And so this is definitely kind of taking the idea that AI is not a net positive for humanity and actually could potentially be a much worse thing than just it taking your job, you know? So I'm gonna go ahead and hit play on this and then I'll break down one of the scenes. So the scene that I want to focus on is on this guy right here. So I kind of feel like all the other scenes are pretty typical. Let me actually mute that guy real quick. They're pretty typical. They seem, you know, realistic. Like, you know, obviously there's some weird stuff like their eyes glowing and whatnot. But at the end of the day, this guy looks a little bit more fantastical. And that's because I based this on old, you know, like Renaissance type paintings that were commissioned by the church, where they would try to pack as much information into a single painting. And they were always very vertical, very dense. And so I try to do that within the limitations of a, you know, CinemaScope frame. So instead of having, you know, a very vertical thing, I try to have something that is more like utilizing Z depth. And so you can kind of see how there's like the soldiers in the front, you got this big tank in the middle, and then you got these giant the robots in the back, which all represent different four horsemen of the apocalypse. And so let's go ahead and hop into the project file. And so here it looks kind of, there's a lot going on, but if you hop out of the camera, you can see that that the characters are actually in the scene. They're not like composited, which normally I would do something like that, where I would have a bunch of different layers and then just add these guys instead of like After Effects or something like that. But I kind of wanted to see if I can pull it off within the render rather than try to cheat it in After Effects. And so, yeah, really just playing around with the scale and also the perspective really helps hide the fact that, you know, some of these guys are just like really big compared to these smaller characters here. Yeah, so like this tank in particular, I was really happy about, because I bought this Kit Bash 3D like tank set, and so you can see that there's all of these like things. They even have some of these like pre-built like tanks for you, but I thought the idea of a spider tank would fit this really strange aesthetic of, you know, robots taking over the world, and like, the idea of like spiders is kind of just like unnerving for people. And so just making it into a big war machine. Oops, sorry. I also feel like it was important to not use any specific type of tank that is realistic or exists in real life. So like if I use like an American tank or a Russian tank, it would be very political, and that's like not really what I was trying to do. I was just trying to like do more of a commentary on like technology and like the dangers of it and whatnot. So yeah, but the thing that I really like took from this guy is that a lot of these shots are pretty much just tableaus. Like they're just frozen with a camera running through it. And even though I was using Octane, it took about 18 hours or something to render those 40 seconds. And I was like, there has to be a faster way of doing this, especially for something that doesn't require that much. There's not much going on. So it's like you can recreate this in Unreal. So it's like, how do we get started in that process? Cool. All right, so I'm going to move on to the next video, which ended up kind of opening my eyes to UVs. So this guy, let me turn up the volume a little bit. I'll talk over it. But this guy, yeah, he's just a creepy little eyeball doing weird stuff to this house. But the thing that I really enjoy about this is how the UVs work on the moon itself. So if you notice, it has one side's the moon and one side is the eye. So if I go over to Substance Painter, we can see that we have the moon on the back and this creepy eye in the front. But if we look at our 2D view, we can see that there's two tiles. And that's because these things are called UDIMs. And it turns out that Cinema 4D does actually support UDIMs, but it's not like the most obvious thing. So I'm going to open up a new project file, and I'm just going to bring in a sphere. I'm going to set this guy to hexahedron, and I'm going to switch over to my UV edit tool. So when I switch this guy over to polygons, I can switch over to this guy. And if I double click, it'll create like a little seam. And then if I switch over to UF, I can select 1/2 of it. And if I go over here to my automatic UVs, I can hit apply, and it'll pack it inside of that 1x1 square. And then if I do it to the other side, I can do the same. And so if I wanted to, you know, pack these guys together, I could go here into my UV packing and then hit apply. But if you notice, it puts them all on one side, and there's like this entire half over here completely unused. And so it's not really it's not very optimal for that. However, if I were to just grab one side and then go over here to my transform, and here on X, I just put 1 and then move it over to the side. Oh, uh-oh. I don't know where that went, but let's see. Oh, there it is. Okay. Sorry, the Wacom tablet just, well, okay. Okay. So if I move it over to one side, you can see that there's one UV island here and another one on the side. And what's important about that is that Substance Painter automatically recognizes that as UDIMs. And even though, you know, there isn't really a thing telling you that you can create UDIMs, just simply adding a 1 on the X will move it exactly one tile over. And so the main thing that that like Substance does not like is when some of these tiles, or sorry, when these UV islands go from one to the next, and they're sharing a border. And so using the transform will make sure that it does not, it goes exactly one tile over, and you don't have to worry about that overlap. And so if I were to export this sphere, let's do an OBJ. I'm going to go drop it in here. UDIM. And then if I go over here to my guy, I'm going to close this guy down real quick. Discard. And I grab this guy. If you, there's like this option here that says enable UDIM workflow. And if I hit OK, you'll see that there's now two tiles that I can paint between it. And what's really great about this is that if you drop in a material onto it, even though they're not like perfectly aligned, this thing is running at 1K resolution, but because originally it was only going to take up half the tile, you technically now have like about 4K amount of resolution, even though it's a 1K resolution document. So if you were to crank it up to 4K, you would be technically working on something like 8K, which is really nice for being able to do like close-ups on your models. But if you already use Substance, you probably already know that you can pack it using UDIMs within it. But the one issue is that it doesn't give you the option to like customize it where you want it. So that's where I would say that Cinema 4D gives you that option that you normally wouldn't have, because you would have to just keep running the algorithm to pack it. So I'm going to grab a different character and show you guys how the, what's it called? How the packing works on this guy. So if I were to grab this guy and drop it in, oops, sorry, I'm going to actually close it. All right. So if I import this guy without any sort of like doing anything to it, it's going to look really weird. There's going to be all the materials are just like packed on top of each other, and we don't want that. That's actually, this is considered to be like really bad. So what you can actually do, so if we go back, close this guy down, and import it one more time, and we go over here to our auto unwrap options, it gives you the option to do seams, UV islands, and packing. So since we already have the UV islands, and we just need them to be packed, we can just set this to over here to recompute on the islands, and then it'll also pack it for us. And here you have the option to do UV tiles. So right now I have it set to 4, and so I'll just keep it there, and I'll just hit OK. And then it'll do its thing for a little bit. But once it's done, you'll see that it has created all these different UDIMs. And so everything is now packed over 4 UDIMs, or sorry, over 4 tiles. And yeah, you can basically paint across this entire thing, but it also allows you to work with a single material. And so in order to be able to access like all these UDIMs inside of Cinema 4D, what you want to do is use a Redshift. So inside of Redshift, if I switch back over here, and on the iMoon itself, let me find this guy. Is it this one? No. Sorry. Let's make sure that guy is selected, and here we go. Okay, so inside the material. Okay. So inside the material, what you want to do, God dang it, you want to go over here, and inside of your, where it says base color, your materials will have a 1001 or 1002 option, and all you have to do is replace that with this text right here that says it's the open bracket, UDIM, and then close bracket. And it'll basically go through and find all of the tiles, and then it'll assign it correctly. The only issue is that inside of the viewport, it looks like 2 eyeballs. but like when we view it inside of Redshift, it'll show it correctly. I don't necessarily want to open it right now, but yeah, like just that one little piece of code really helps out. All right, cool. Let's see. Let's go over to my animations and okay. All right, so I'm gonna switch over to ZBrush. Inside of ZBrush, there's a couple of cool little things that you can do for like horror type stuff. So let's say you want to do like damage or like cuts or something like that. You could use like the DEM standard, something like that. Oop. Okay. So if I do BDS, and so like this guy's fine. It just doesn't really have like, it just looks a little too clean. But if you want to do something that's a little bit more like creepy looking, you can use the blob tool, which is BBL. And so this one kind of has like that weird blobbiness to it. However, because there's all these weird, like there's not enough resolution for this guy, so it just ends up making these weird like squares. So if you activate your Sculptress, this one will start adding resolution wherever you do things. So like you see it like starts tessellating it. But also at the same time, it's just like it's a circular blob, and that's just whatever. But if you go over here to your alpha, and if you were to select like this alpha 60, which already comes with the software, and you like run it across, you can see that it starts to create something a little bit more interesting looking. And if I hold down Alt, you can see that it starts cutting in, and it starts looking a little bit more like, you know, like a cut or damage. And so let me reduce that. And so if I were to like rotate and just kind of like give her like a Glasgow smile, kind of like Joker, like it just naturally starts like appearing, and like I can adjust the size of it. Let's see, by pressing this guy. Yeah. And so the smaller I make it, the more resolution it gives you. And so you know, it can get a little crazy, but here's like something that I've done. Like I don't know if you guys watch YouTube at all. I mean, I'm sure you guys do, but there's a channel called Dead Meat. It's one of my favorite channels, and they have this logo that's just like a piece of meat that like is bloody, whatever. And so I wanted to try to turn it into a 3D object. And so when I first started like detailing it, I was using the clay tool. So if I use just this clay buildup, and what I would try to do is like either like try to cut into it, which it kind of does it, but it's like, again, it's not very organic looking. It just looks like a flat thing that's being scooped out. But if I use the BBL and go over here and select something like, let's say, which alpha, this alpha 25, and I start using it, you can see that it starts creating a little bit more organic shapes in there, instead of it just being a regular like blob or whatever. And so I feel like that's a much nicer way of approaching detailing, especially for horror and gore and whatnot. I also made this Jason mask, which also utilizes that a lot for all the damage here and like all the scratches and whatnot. And a lot of this stuff was I figured out when making characters for this company called, what are they called again? Crypt TV. They asked me to take their characters that they have for their videos and then turning them into 3D models. So you can see their famous character, the Looksee, and this one was made in a similar fashion. This was definitely one of my earlier attempts, as you can tell by like how smooth some of this stuff is. And so you also have like characters like this guy, which, you know, they're, you know, I definitely feel like this Jason mask was pretty much like the culmination of a lot of that stuff and getting all these weird details. Eventually what I did was I UV unwrapped it, made a low poly version, sent it to Unreal, and just did a real-time render with it. And so, and the other benefit of that is that you can send it over to Substance for texturing, and the materials that you make inside of Substance work natively and like perfectly inside of Unreal. Cool. All right. So yeah, here's the final product for that guy. Yeah, and all of that was done in real time. So like, yeah, all of this stuff was just basically driven by textures. Even though I did make it in ZBrush, I mostly just used it to drive the normal maps inside of the software. And so once it was all completed and textured, all I had to do was bring in the camera from Cinema and put this guy in the middle, and basically everything orbited around it. It was pretty nice and convenient workflow. Okay, so I'm going to show you this one, mostly because like just the way the eyes work on this guy, it uses the eye constraint, or sorry, the aim constraint. And so if you're into character animation, it's pretty simple. All you have to do is just like set that up, and you can have these controllers for your eyeballs. And so something that like really stuck out to me about this thing is that like the way the eyes are just staring at you become a little unnerving. And a lot of the animations that I make tend to be in the first person. So when you have this guy just kind of like staring over here before it goes blurred, like it's unnerving just to like have eyeballs staring back at you. And I ended up using that for a lot of different animations. So if we go over here to this guy, which is probably one of my more popular animations, the eyes are just like 100% locked into the camera, just staring at you the entire time. And I think, you know, I honestly don't know like what is like so effective about this animation, but like I feel like it has something to do with the eyes just like staring at you. And it's a very simple thing to like just set up in all your animations. But the one thing that is a little weird about it is that when you try to bake it out for Unreal, the eyes don't typically bake out with keyframes. You have to like bake them out separately. Otherwise, they'll just be staring into the back of their head, and that by itself is kind of weird. Cool. So working back to the scary Unreal animation, this is the source file that I used, and so you can see that it's all in the POV of the of this person on the bed, and you can see this monster come up, and this is all Five Nights at Freddy's stuff. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. It's made a few of those things, and yeah, it's been a very nice subject matter to use to learn new techniques, such as this one. This is the first time I've ever rigged a character and actually done character animation with. So if I hop out of the camera, all right. You can see once I turn off geometry only, you can see that there's this entire rig over here, and like how the hands are sort of just like I have to make it work however I want. Otherwise, if I like kept it realistic, you would still see parts of his head and whatnot. And so I thought it would be really nice to have the hands come up by themselves. And so yeah, so the character itself is already rigged inside because it's taken from the video game Five Nights at Freddy's, but it doesn't come with any of the controllers. So that was something that I had to make on my own, and just using the base tools that are built in. And after that, I was able to just recreate it. But I think the thing that's pretty fun about this guy is how I set up the camera system. So I have basically just like 3 cameras. So I have this guy that basically doesn't do anything. It's just stuck there. Then I have a second camera, which is actually attached to the hand of the monster. And then I have a second one that takes both of them. And what it does is that when it comes over here, it transitions from one camera to the next. And that's what gives the illusion of it being picked up. I didn't want to like mess around with keyframes and like try to make it follow the position when I can just like stick something onto the hand. And then once I take that project, once I take that like morph, I feed it into the motion camera. And on the motion camera, you can add all of the shake, and you can also mess around with targets. So you can see like there's that yellow thing just dashing around. And what that does is just like it allows you to add additional motion on top of those base cameras. And it's also very procedural. So like if you were to adjust one of those other cameras, it would automatically update down the line and it'll just keep updating And so you don't have to be locked in until you want to be. And once you're done with that, all you have to do is bake it out into keyframes. And so you can see this entire thing being driven by keyframes. And once that's all done, you can basically export this project file along with the animation of the character, as well as the animation of the camera, and also all the geometry. And so when you export that out as an FBX, you can then import that inside of Unreal. And so if I were to click on any of these things inside the scene, you can see that the location is set to 0, 0, 0. And that's because the entire scene gets sent over as one thing, but it's still individual parts. But if you grab everything and dump it into a single level and set it to 0, 0, 0, it all goes to where it was inside the project file. And then with the camera itself, all you have to do is import the FBX and say, take camera animation from FBX, and then suddenly you have the motion camera from Cinema 4D inside of Unreal. And I don't know if you guys have done any animation inside of Unreal. It's not the best right now for animation, and I do feel that the motion camera is probably one of the best tools for camera animations. And so when you kind of combine the power of like the real-time rendering along with the motion camera, I think you can like achieve some pretty cool stuff. Obviously it does require you to understand like how to transfer one thing to the other. But once you kind of have that workflow down, you can more or less create anything that's any size that you want. Like you don't have to worry about like how long is this going to take me to render. Like if it's running in real time, the thing that's really like holding you back is your own abilities, I guess, to make things look cool. And so yeah, and this software is free, so like why wouldn't you want to use it, especially if it can just like speed up your iteration process. Like if you look at the original animation, the teeth on this guy were a lot smoother. I didn't like that, so I just went into Substance and added like all this grime and stuff onto it, and then re-rendered it, and it was just like it took 30 seconds. And so I don't know, I just really like that particular workflow, and it kind of unshackles you from the constraints of your computer. All right. So speaking of Unreal, there's a couple of things that you can do inside of Unreal that you can't necessarily do inside of Cinema, which I hope they do bring in one day. But that's the ability to use your iPhone to control a character, their face. So this one's a little creepy, so...
What? No, I am a real person. Maybe we have a bad connection. I'm sorry about that.
Will you tell me you're not a robot? Just say I'm not a robot, please.
I am a real person.
All right. I'm going to play that one more time, just so you guys can hear the audio.
No, I am a real person. Maybe we have a bad connection. I'm sorry about that.
Will you tell me you're not a robot? Just say I'm not a robot, please.
I am a real person.
Yeah. So yeah, that's all being driven by an iPhone basically. And so I just have a character, and I just have like the phone in front of my face, and then I just I'll take like a TikTok audio where it's like something weird, and then try to make an animation out of it. And so I just have it. I just try to lip syncing it as best as I can. This one's probably one of my more effective ones. But the thing that I really like is that it lets you do like eye tracking. So like the way that she kind of like looks away,
You're not a robot,
and
just
looks
say
back,
I'm not a...
like that was all just me, just like moving my face around, and it just, I don't know, it captured something that I don't think I would have been able to capture it had I just animated it with my own abilities. I do have another one that does something similar, which is not quite as weird. Where is it? Oh, here it is.
Don't you want to become a cult leader? Since the death of God, there's been a vacancy open. You could fill that void. Here's how.
So yeah, so I kind of feel like, even though it's very obvious that it's only their face and head that's moving and their body is like unnaturally stiff, it kind of gives the idea of like a doppelganger, or like that sort of uncanny valley look. And so like I think most people try to avoid that, but given the fact that it's supposed to be scary and supposed to be unnerving, I think it kind of worked in my favor in that particular case. but also I just didn't want to. I also didn't know how to do like the body stuff. So like you can see like the body is just completely frozen, but the head, you know, is doing all the expressing and whatnot. And yeah, this is all being run inside of Unreal, and the fact that you can just do that, I don't know, I just think is pretty magical. All right, cool. All right, does anybody have any questions so far about what I've shown? No? All right, cool. All right, let's see. Actually, you know what? Okay, so here's the project file that I did for the ball pit animation. And so it's pretty basic animation. Like you can see like how it just drop in a bunch of balls. They're just sort of floating. And then you have the guy move. And it's like a pretty basic, you know, like it wasn't really anything special. There was maybe like a few hundred balls in there. And Cinema 4D is good enough to like run these simulations pretty easily. But when you look at like how it's set up, it's like really basic. So you have, you know, your cloner with all the things, but there's only 3 lights. And so 1, 2, 3, and that's literally it. And I don't know, it's just like the fact that 3 lights and a very simple simulation can achieve pretty cool results is pretty cool. And this guy also has the eyes locked onto it. You can't really see it here, but when you see it in the animation, it does. So if I were to move the camera around, it would just follow it. And that's like one of the cool things about the aim constraint. Okay, cool. Let's see. Honestly, I'm kind of like, I'm not really entirely sure what else to cover because I kind of powered through everything. So, oh yeah. Oh yeah, so there's a couple of different effects that I use. So inside of Unreal, you can actually do a VHS effect inside of the software, which is cool, but the only issue is that it doesn't really give you the ability to modify things underneath. So when you export it with that effect, that's pretty much all you're going to get. Whereas if I use the Red Giant like VHS filter, like I can kind of do things underneath it, adjust it, fix things, and then apply the VHS on top. And I think that's, I kind of found myself doing that process more. But I do think it's really cool that like you can do a VHS like just within the render. And I don't know, that's pretty cool, I think. Say what? Yeah, yeah. So like you can do it with and without it. So then combine them if you want. But basically everything that inside of Unreal, there's like a volume that you can use that you can apply post-processing to. And when you have the post-processing going, it'll render directly onto the video. And so, yeah, it's like pretty much a lot of games will have that, where if you walk in from one room to the next, one room can have a different set of post-processing effects, and then when you walk into the next one, you can have a completely different one. And you can change the mood between the 2 rooms like that. So, yeah. Cool. Anybody else? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So what I did was I basically just grabbed the frame, just like a frame from the animation, took it into Photoshop, and then I just drew on top of it. And then I just made a bunch of different Photoshop layers. And then inside of After Effects or like Premiere, I just had it play as a sequence and on top of it. And so if you, I can play it again so you can see, but like it's basically it repeats a little bit. So, yeah. So like, yeah, I just kind of grabbed like this frame right here, and then I just started drawing on top of it and doing a bunch of different individual animations. And this is like the first time I ever did like frame by frame. And so like the most like animation thingy was that, like those little dots bouncing around. But everything else was basically just me tracing over the image and just trying to find fun things to do with it. I have a different animation that utilizes something similar. Let me see if I have it on here. No, I do not. But yeah, it utilizes that same idea where like on the second one I decided to do, I actually grabbed the animation, did it an image sequence, and then I put it into, Procreate, and then I did the frame by frame animation on it, and just, yeah, basically worked the entire thing through, and it was pretty fun. So, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Anybody else? All right. No. Okay. Doesn't seem like. Cool. Oh. All right. So, honestly, I'm going to go back to this guy real quick. So, I'm going to break on a different shot from this. So, like, this one, honestly, is probably one of my favorite shots from the animation. So, this explosion in the background is really just a VDB that I threw in there, but it's actually a combination of multiple VDBs. I'm not, like, good enough at Houdini to make my own VDB, so I had to, like, combine a few together to recreate this. But this was actually inspired by a shot from this one game. I forget what it's called. But it's a very similar idea where there's like a big explosion in the background and the camera's moving back. But the way that they filmed it was they had a remote control camera that was just repeating the same motion over and over. And they had people on green screen like acting out the motions. And they were shooting it in slow motion. And so they were able to combine multiple shots. But since this is CG, I could just pretty much have just keep populating it with stuff over time and recreate like that sort of effect. But yeah, this one was pretty fun. Just, I don't know, like, so like if we go through the video itself, like this guy right here is supposed to be the first horseman of the apocalypse. And if you are familiar with your Bible, the first one is the Antichrist. And the thing that separates this guy from the other ones is that he has a golden crown and also this like moon shape behind him. That's actually like a really big deal as well. And so as we work through the story, we have like people who are like the zealots, like the people who are like really big into worshiping these characters. You know, like what would happen if something like that were to happen? There's a good chance that a lot of like cults would be formed around it. And so these people would be like the first, you know, in line for that. And then as you move forward, you have like these people with the glowing eyes, and these are the people who become kind of like the indoctrinated. They're the ones that kind of become sort of like the cannon fodder for the people. And yeah, and this character, he's considered war, so he's considered to be the second horseman to arrive. And so I wanted to represent him with red and, you know, weaponry. And then as you move forward, you got this guy, which is Pestilence. And he's the one that, like, you know, like just, I don't know, just general depth stuff. But here, you know, you can see that they're inside a laboratory. And the laboratory, you know, like this is, you know, during COVID when I made this. So, like, there was a lot of, you know, like disease stuff that was on my mind. And so, like, this would have been, like, kind of like, how did this thing escape? You know, this is like, you know, an example of that. And so, you know, and like every character that is part of like that's like indoctrinated, I have them represented with these eyeballs that are glowing. And so whenever you see a character that their eyes are glowing, it just means that they're working in cahoots with the robots. And then here, this guy represents famine. And so, you know, I wanted to show, you know, like him like withholding food from people. And so you kind of have like this cool simulation of rice on his hand, but it's all frozen since it's a tableau. And then finally, these are kind of like representations of chaos where they're kind of like performing sacrifices and whatnot. And just sort of like how it culminates into this final sort of like conquered planet. And that's where you get these guys. And basically, this just represents like a new world order type thing. It's very spooky, very sad, but also I felt like it's probably one of my better work that I've ever done, even though it's only 40 seconds long. So, anyways, cool. All right, I'm gonna let Matthias come over here. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, everyone, let's give Louis some big round of applause. We do have time for a couple questions, so if you have them, let us know. Some people on the chat were asking about, facial animation, and one of the things is Maxon does have Moves by Maxon, which will allow you to get in all that animation. And the link's in the chat, so you can check that out. And we do have some tutorials on that on Cineversity as well. So check that out. Any other questions from our live audience? No. Too scary, right? I get it. You're scared. It's fine. It's fine. Good, great job. Let's give them another round of applause. Stay tuned. We're going to be taking a break, and we'll be back with Anna Carolina.
Check out these rims. Let's go deep.
bill, pop a bill, make a scene, 50 racks on the bins, off my jeans, froze chillin', both them must get dizzy, I came from my kidneys and I'm trapping like I'm Whitney, yo bitch with me, nah boy she ain't missing, hold up who you dissing, I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang bang.
Introducing Mograph TV from Mograph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. Mograph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
Mograph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
Mograph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
Check out these rims. Let's go deep.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Maxon booth here at SIGGRAPH 2024, Day 2. Oh, people are excited. I know. We got the applause starting up. To my left is an amazing artist all around. She's presented with us at many different shows, including NAB. Did we have yet another SIGGRAPH?
Yeah.
So she's been with us back by popular demand. Let's give a big Maxon welcome to Anna Carolina. We love you.
To be fair, a lot of those are my students. Hi, everybody. My name is Anna, and today I'm going to be teaching you how to create a workflow from ZBrush to Unreal Engine 5 in an easy way that includes mostly just ZBrush and Unreal. On top of that, to make things a little bit more interesting, I thought I would add a little bit of furriness to the situation by creating hair cards completely in ZBrush with a little bit of Substance Painter. So let's take a look at the final project, kind of what we're going for. So this is a saber-toothed tiger that I created probably over one weekend. It took me way longer than that to figure out the workflow, but once the workflow was established, it became a lot easier. And I'm going to show you guys the workflow from beginning to end, which can be extremely hard to find in a tutorial out there. As you know, there are so many ways to do fur, especially for real-time rendering and game-ready assets. And so today I'm going to take you from beginning to end with one really nice workflow. Before we get started, who am I? So I am currently a professor at the Ringling College of Art and Design. Been working with Maxon for a while, done all sorts of cool projects like the virtual sets for the ZBrush Summits 2 years ago. My past experience is in virtual reality, especially in serious games. I've done work for NASA, the American Air Force, MasterCard, all these random companies, medical. And on top of that, I also run my own business where I do online education and mentorship for people who want to be character artists or artists in the video games industry and film. So before I really jump in, what are fur cards? Can you guys hear me, by the way? Yes? OK. What are hair cards or fur cards? Basically, they are a fake way of creating hair or fur for games or real-time rendering. As you know, Unreal is really coming up, and we're creating real-time rendering for all sorts of industries, and hair cards are still used. A lot of people do fiber hair, which is basically like the geometry for each strand of hair, but that is not very performance. And we need Unreal to move fast in order to create real good real-time things. So each one of these is a hair card, and basically we have the image of fur, like a strand of fur, on the card with some transparency. Before I could do the fur, I started by sculpting out this little tiger. I actually did this in one of my workshops. I teach a workshop every Wednesday. And we just did all of the, I've taught so much ZBrush before, so if you've seen my streams, it's the same techniques. We started with a sphere, we used some Dynamesh. The ears are Dynameshed on. That's a pro tip if you're new to sculpting. Just Dynamesh your ears on, otherwise they'll look like a piece of gum just stuck there, you know? And so we created this base for our tiger. One thing that a lot of my students asked me was, how much detail do we put on the body as we're sculpting this? And the answer is, if we're going to cover it in fur, not that much. Not unless you want to showcase it separately and be like, look how good I am at making skin, and look how good I am at making fur. So what we focused on was the big shapes, primary and secondary forms. And we also went and we dug these little crevices a little deeper than we would normally, so that as we put on the fur, it actually hugs those curves as we go. So let me show you what the final results looks like in ZBrush. So these kinds of skin folds, fatty placements, muscle placements, we did them a little bit more dramatic than normal, just to make sure that the fur could really, like, you know, be going around those objects. So the first step towards making fur cards is to create the actual texture that's going to go on the cards itself. To do so, I use FiberMesh. We're going to start by creating a plane 3D, hitting the most important button in ZBrush, which is Make PolyMesh 3D, and we're going to apply some fur in front of this plane. This plane is basically our fake hair card, and the fur will be baked on to this plane. I'm going to duplicate the plane, and I'm going to create a new plane just temporarily, make it smaller, bring it out a little bit with my gizmo, and I'm going to angle it as well, maybe even move it up a little bit. This was where the hairs will actually be spawned from, and the angle is going to give it kind of a more natural root look. Okay? The way FiberMesh works is you have to mask out a segment of your mesh, and that's where the FiberMesh will come out from. For those of you who have never seen FiberMesh before, check this out. It's under Tools, FiberMesh. You hit Preview, and it's just going to add a bunch of random stubble to your model. Okay? This is ZBrush's way of creating fur and hair, and you can create an entire body of hair or head of hair using just strictly FiberMesh. So the way I like to do it is I like to create a nice even mask by just masking from the outside of my plane, inverting it, masking again, clicking one time with the control on the plane, and then clicking control outside of the plane in order to get a nice even rectangle. Then I'm going to hit Preview again. We're going to create the fur that's going to go on our cards. So I'm going to go to Modifiers, and this is where we get to change all the parameters for the fur. Starting at the top, I'm going to go top to bottom. Max Fibers controls how many hairs there are, and we don't want it to be too crowded or it'll look kind of blocky, kind of like from Minecraft. So we want to be able to see through the fibers. By mask, let's clean up kind of where the hairs are born. It just keeps it inside of the mask. And length, as the name implies, is going to increase or decrease the length of the fur. I'm going to go for a medium kind of length for this because we're making the fur that's going to cover the whole body. Okay? Coverage is basically the width of the fur. So each individual strand will get more or less width based on the coverage. As I increase the coverage, I'm starting to get less space in between the fur. So I'm going to go back to Max Fibers and turn that way down. I always find that I need less furs than I think I do, but not that little. It can be really hard to use these sliders, so just type in sometimes. It can be a little bit easier. Okay. Then the next option is scale root and scale tip. Basically, these are going to make the root chubbier or skinnier and the tip chubbier or skinnier. The default 1.25 scale root is going to just give us a little bit of a bump there, and the scale tip is just going to make it a little bit thinner. You want to avoid making the hair so thin that it starts going sub-pixel, or like each strand of hair is under a pixel in width. Because that way it won't bake properly. It'll have like little dots on the bake. So you definitely want to make sure that you have nice coverage. I'm going to make the whole thing bigger, so I'm not too worried. Next, I have gravity. I can change how much gravity affects my hair. You can really see it from the side. Woo! You can even go negative with it if you want. That's not really the look we're going for today. And then moving down, I'm going to make the base of the hair red, bright red, and the tip, I'm going to make it bright green. The reason I'm doing this is because I want to be able to use this as a mask in Substance Painter to change the color of the hair. And basically, this is just more data for us to work with. For base colorize, I'm going to turn that all the way up to make the red more dramatic. The last few things we have to worry about is the profile and segments. The profile is basically going to be how many polygons are around the hair. So right now it's just 1, so they're all flat. Change it to 5 or 6. That way the hair will become round. It will give you this note saying, oh my gosh, you're going to really push the polygons. It's OK. If I zoom in, you can kind of see that the hair is rounding out now. And segments is going to be how many polygons you have from the root to the tip. So if you want the hair to be more detailed, you can add more segments. Like so. It'll even change the gravity a little bit. OK? Once I'm done, and I'm happy with it, let me just turn the max fibers down just ever so slightly now. Skip this note until we restart. I'm going to hit Accept. But before I go on and do other stuff, remember that there's a save button on the FiberMesh, which lets you save out this template in case you need to use it again for this project or other projects. I highly, highly recommend hitting save. Okay? Now that my FiberMesh is complete, I'm going to go back to my subtools. I'm going to hide this temporary plane, and I'm going to fit my FiberMesh within the plane so that it's taking up as much space as possible. This is good for textile density so that the bake turns out nice and detailed. Make sure that the root is right up to the top, but not quite touching. Okay? Then I can refine my FiberMesh. One thing I don't like is these little like scragglers on the side. So luckily with FiberMesh, if you just control drag on any of them, it will select the entire FiberMesh automatically. Then I can invert the mask by control clicking outside, go to visibility, hide PT, and it will just hide those. I'm going to get rid of them, so I'm going to go to geometry, modify topology, delete hidden. Another thing you can do to refine these, I'm just going to duplicate this, keep the original, is you can give them a wave, a twirl. Maybe you can send it one to the left, another to the right. You can do whatever you want. I like using the move brush and just kind of grabbing some fiber meshes and just kind of maybe giving them a little bit of a flare. And I really like using the spiral brush. So the shortcut for that is BSJ. And that one, oh gosh, it has Sculptures Pro on. That one will just kind of give it a little bit of a wave. Oh my gosh, or a lot of a wave, depending on how you want it to go. And by the way, with this brush, if you press Alt, it will invert the direction of the way it waves. Okay? Once you're ready, we're going to export the plane and the FiberMesh separately. The plane is going to be our low poly model that's going to receive the details from the hair, and the hair will obviously be the high poly model that will give the details. So I'm going to go to Z plugin, FBX export and import. Make sure that selected is on so I don't export everybody. And then I'm going to hit export. Let me put that here. So I'm going to name this SM for static mesh underscore plane. That's just a habit from Unreal that I have. Then I'm going to select the fibers, Z plugin, do the same steps, but I'll name this one fur. Like so. Okay, so in Substance Painter, I'm going to bake those down. I'm going to go File, New, and this is where you're going to import your low poly mesh, in this case, the plane. So let's go find that, if I can. And you can also change the document resolution. In this case, I'm going to make it 2000, 2K, to make it a little bit higher resolution. And there's my beautiful plane. I know, it's beautiful. I made it myself. Under Texture Set Settings, I'm going to scroll down, and I'm going to bake the details from the high poly to the low poly. You're going to find a button. Let me just make this a little bit bigger. OK, I won't do that. Bake Mesh Maps. Whoop. And then right here, under high poly parameters, we're going to bring in our high poly mesh, a.k.a. our fur. Let me select that. Hit Open. There's our fur. As you might notice, it's red, which tends to be a bad sign in 3D art. So that means that as I bake, the fur is too far away from the plane, and it's not going to be able to bake it properly. In order to do that, I'm going to change the cage distance until it consumes all of the fur. It's covered, and now it's going to be blue from the front. The cage is basically where it's going to project from the model to get all these details. I can select up here how big I want the bake to be. I'm going to do a 2K bake and hope for the best. And before I just hit Bake Selected Textures, I'm going to go to ID. The material ID lets me do color selection in Substance Painter. And if I change to vertex color, I can now use my PolyPaint, aka the red to green that we set up, as my selection. I'm also going to turn on opacity, because obviously the hairs, they need opacity to look like hairs, or they'll just look like blocks. I'm going to hit Bake Selected Textures. And you can kind of see it in real time. I love this part. Return. Isn't that beautiful? Little spaghetti situation we got going on. So let's set up the opacity so it starts looking a little bit better. So under shader settings, right here, top right, I need to make sure that, oh, this is already set up. Nice. PBR Metal Rough with alpha blending, it's just a little mouthful, is turned on. Normally, PBR Metal Rough is the default. Alpha blending is going to let us use opacity. Then, under Texture Set Settings, I can go to Channels, add a channel, and add opacity. But it looks like that's already on as well, so this computer rules. I'm going to go back to my layers. And for those of you who don't know Substance Painter, it works a lot like Photoshop with the layer stacking, layers that are on top, literally show up on top. So I'm going to add a fill layer, which is a layer that fills the entire model. Right here, I see all the layer channels. I'm going to turn all of them off because all I want to do is add opacity. And under opacity, I can click on here and search for opacity. And the opacity map that I just baked should appear. So now it's kind of being applied, and you can see it looks a lot more refined. If I add any fill layer on top of this, it's going to undo the opacity because it has an opacity map. So let's just go ahead and put it underneath. And I'm going to start by adding a little shadowing and depth by using my ambient occlusion map, which, if you don't know, that's basically like a nice soft shadowing, like global shadow layer. Under color, I'm going to search for ambient occlusion. And I should find the only one that is my ambient occlusion one that I just baked. Can you guys see the difference? Kind of like creating some shadowing effects. And then, on top of this, I want to darken the root because for the final model, it's going to look like it has a lot more depth if the roots are a little bit darker than the rest of the fur. So I'm going to add a layer, fill layer, and I'm going to give it some crazy color. If you know me, I know I can't work without crazy colors. I'm going to right-click on the layer, and I'm going to create a mask. So masks here work just like in Photoshop. Basically, the mask will show or hide parts of the layer. So for example, if I had a black mask and I paint on it with whites, which is already default selection, I'm basically showing that layer coming through. But I don't want a black mask. I want a mask with color selection. This one will use my PolyPaints from earlier to let me select a color. So I'm going to pick the red, like so, and it's going to create the visibility just for anywhere that's red. If I change up the tolerance, it will let me kind of increase how far this shadow goes. And I'm going to also change the hardness because we obviously don't want a crazy look with like the stripes all over the hair. Now I'm going to go back to my fill layer, turn it black or semi-black. I think a gray is good, a dark, dark gray. Where's my desktop? Hit export. And now our files are now just, I'm going to set up my FiberMesh as my hair cards. So I'm going to go to FiberMesh, preview, and I think because I saved the file, it's already kind of set up. So I'm going to just go to Lightbox Fibers, and by the way, here you get all these cool, crazy ones. I'm just going to choose a random default one so that we can start from scratch with you guys. So that looks actually, we should stop here because I think that's perfect. So let's turn the max fibers way down. Let's turn the length also way down. It has a little curl. I didn't know that. That means the revolve rate is set to anything above 0. So I'm going to set that to 0 to get a flat hair card. We're going to change the coverage to be nice and wide because we want to be able to see that texture that we set up. Let's do it even more. And we're going to do scale roots and scale tip to 1. That way, the card is nice and flat all the way through. OK. What else? There might be a little too much segments here. If I do an entire body of a creature with this many segments, it's going to be really, really high poly. So I'm just going to say 4 or 5 is probably as far as you want to go. More segments for longer hair, less segments for shorter hair is a nice rule of thumb. Right here in this big old button, we can actually pick any texture to apply to our FiberMesh. And so now you guys can see where we're going. Under Texture in the menu up here, I'm going to select Import, and I'm going to go find the base color that I just exported. There it is. It's a little bit of a weird angle, so that we're going to have to fix that. Under Image, I can go ahead and apply my texture. It's going to ask you if you want to auto-resize. Just say yes. So it's both backwards and rotated the wrong direction. So what I'm going to do is, and this goes for almost every texture you're going to bring into ZBrush, you're going to want to hit Flip V, because ZBrush's Vs are upside down from every other program. Okay? Then I'm going to try to rotate it. Let's see if this is the right direction to rotate it. Once it's done, I can just reapply it right here. Yes. Does that look? Oh, no. Now it's flipped again the wrong direction. So I rotated it the wrong direction. Let's flip V again. Yes. There we go. Can we see that the root is kind of near the skin and the tips are coming out? All right, we're getting somewhere. So where it says transparent, if you start dragging that up, it's going to automatically find the alpha map of that texture, which comes out of Substance Painter, and turn on that transparency. It looks a little creepy right now, so what we have to do is we have to adjust the length, the width, and all of this stuff to kind of make it look a little bit better. Right here, length variations, we can turn that down so that there's less variations, and also less variations, oh my god, with the cover. Okay, perfect. We can also change the amount of fibers. What you want to do is you want to select an amount that lets you not see the skin as much as possible, okay? You can optimize it a little bit later. So at home, I spent a long time figuring out the least amount of number of fibers, I guess, that I can use to cover up the skin. Now, if I want to, the way I can turn the angle of this is to, the fiber meshes always try to find the gravity. So if I turn the model this way, the fibers will go this way. And before I start applying, save this out once you're happy with it. Now, this process is extremely tedious, so I came up with a technique for you guys that will make it a little bit better. Using the paintbrush, what I did was I figured out what areas need a clump of hair cards. For example, right here, it's going to be short and headed in this direction. But then I can use blue right here because I want the fiber meshes to be in a slightly different direction. I'm selecting by length and also direction, okay? So for example, right here, I want the fiber meshes to be a little bit longer as they go into the sideburns, and so on. Then what we're going to do, this is, by the way, is what it kind of ended up looking like for that area of the face. Something along these lines. I couldn't think of many other colors, so I have some redundant ones. Then what we can do is go to masking, if I can find it. Mask by color, mask by PolyPaint. And this will bring up this little view where I can click and drag and select any PolyPaint color that I want. Hit OK. And now, basically, I'm going to clean this up. I have these pre-made little areas that I can just hit, apply, 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 and just change the length and things like that. So let's see how it works in real life. FiberMesh, preview, accept. Then I'm going to go alt-click back on my tiger, control, drag outside to clear my mask. I'm going to go to, where was it? Masking, mask by PolyPaint. Select the new color, so I guess this pink here. Invert to clear the rest of the mask that we don't need. Do a preview. Make sure that it's facing the direction you want. In this case, looks like I need a little bit more mask right here, so I'm going to just go ahead and do that manually. Like that. I can just increase the length. So let's say like length number 7 or something like that. And as you can see, I'm starting to get direction and also length controls, which makes it super easy. After I figured this out, it took me literally 20 minutes to do the entire head of hair. Or fur, I guess. I keep using those words interchangeably. And hit accept. Once you've done that for a long time, it will look something like this. What I did was, if I look in my subtool panels, I ended up creating a few more hair card textures, actually 3 total. One for the main base furs, one for the longer furs, such as the sideburns, and one for the teeny tiny little furs that help transition into the look of the skin, like so. I think I have them here that you can see. So thin furs looked something like this. The base fur looks like this. And the long fur was more of a thin, long strand with more curl to it. So I ended up applying the entire thing like so. It's surprisingly performant. And by the way, the whiskers also FiberMesh, just super skinny and long with the same texture on there. The problem is, how do I paint this and bring that texture over to Substance Painter and make different parts of the body different colors? Because it's really easy to just make one color for the whole head and call it a day. So I decided to try something new. Let me hide all of these fiber meshes. And we're going to go to my tiger. Obviously, he suffered an accident sometime before this presentation. OK, we're not going to talk about that. I'm going to grab my paintbrush, and I'm going to choose whatever a medium color that I wish to have is. I like to start with like a medium tone when I'm painting. I'm going to go to Color, Fill Object, to paint the whole object. Then I'm going to start adding darker areas and lighter areas. The cool thing about this technique is that I don't need to paint any furs. I just have to paint the head. I liked using an alpha that has like little dots to create a little bit more variation. And I should probably use my tablet for this part. OK, it's not working. Hold up. And just kind of came in here and just lovingly, with a lot of care, painted as much parts as I wanted of my tiger. Okay, I'll be a little more careful. Maybe we can add some stripes and some things like that. It takes a lot of layers to get something to look good. I wanted to add a little bit of brightness right here. Actually, you know what? Let's do something crazy with it. I don't know. I'm feeling kind of that mood today. So I'm going to add like a star on his forehead, so you guys can see the technique works. And some hearts or some dots or something. Like that. Just trust the process on this one. What you're going to do is you're going to bring up the furs again. You're going to turn off the texture map that's being previewed. So you're going to scroll down, texture map, maybe select it first, texture off. It's going to take on whatever color you have selected. I'm going to go ahead and select whatever the most medium color is again, color fill object. Then I'm going to project the color from the head of the tiger onto the base, or onto the furs. So I'm going to go to the subtool, project. Let me do this with the mouse. I'm going to turn off geometry, because if I project the geometry, it's going to kind of vacuum seal it to the head. I'm going to turn the distance all the way up, because that's how far it's going to project from. And I'm going to hit project all. And then it's going to start bringing those colors onto the furs, which makes it so much easier. If you've done furs before, you know this. So I'm going to hide this and do it for each one part of the hair individually. Just don't keep the other hair cards on, because it will create like a little bit of messiness in your projections. Once you're done with that, once you put it in the oven and you take it out of the oven, you should have something like this. This was my reference for the coloring for the original. All right, so now I have these hair cards that have PolyPaint. The PolyPaint is going to be extremely important in Unreal. To get this ready to come in, to go out into Unreal, we're going to have to do a few steps. So to start, the hair cards are already UV'd. By the time we put them on with the FiberMesh, since we selected texture, they already have UVs. And as you know, Unreal can really benefit from having UVs applied. So we don't have to worry about the UVs on that. Oh, and also the whiskers. But the head is going to need, the head, the eyes, and the fangs are all going to need UVs. So the way we're going to set that up is we're going to go to Z plugin, UV master, and we're going to hit unwrap. The symmetry button is on by default in ZBrush. If your model is not perfectly symmetrical, I recommend taking that off. Mine is, so I'm going to keep that on. I'm going to hit unwrap. Oh, first go to the lowest subdivision by hitting Shift-D a bunch of times. Try again. I make that mistake every single time I use ZBrush, in case you're wondering. And there is my unwrap. Now, how do I get this PolyPaint to become a texture? That's quite simple. We're going to go to the tool panel, texture, texture map, and I'm going to hit create new from PolyPaint. And what that's going to do is it's going to create a texture that is just our PolyPaint, but on a 2D projection. For those of you who don't know, UVs is just a 2D projection of your model that allows you to put a JPEG or some sort of image on there that will color it, create metallic roughness, that kind of thing. So there we have it. I did this offline for the eyes and the fangs as well. And we should have everybody good to go. If you press Shift and you click on the eyeballs, you actually turn everybody on, including the one that ate a bee. Let me hide that one. And make sure you have all of your models turned on. Looks like I don't have my eyeballs, so poor guy. Once they're all on, we're going to export that into Unreal. I'm going to go to Z plugin, FBX export import, just like before, but instead of selected, I'm going to export all the visible models. That way, they're all going to just be one FBX file that I can just import into Unreal together. Okay? So it's really important that you hide everything you don't want to bring with you. Then I'm going to hit export. It can take a little second, so I've already done it ahead of time. Then, this is the final result in Unreal. Hooray, it's cute. At least I thought so, because it's furry. I don't know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the model. I'm not going to go through the whole process, but I will show you what it looks like if I find it. I'm just going to do it with the plane for now, so I don't look for the model for half an hour in front of you guys. You just drag in the model, the textures from Substance Painter as well. Let it go. and it's going to bring up this FBX import-export options. You're going to drag it in, by the way, to the bottom drawer right here, which is called the content browser, which is where all your files are going to live in Unreal. The most important thing is that you don't need to mess with any of this, but where it says vertex color import option, we're going to turn it from ignore or override to replace. Replacing means that the PolyPaint from ZBrush is going to come into the Unreal as vertex color, because at the end of the day, that's what PolyPaint is. Okay, whoop, like so. And I won't hit import because it's just a plane. Once I import my tiger, he should look something like this. And the textures, if you go back to ZBrush, and when you're exporting, if you hit embed maps, the textures will come out together with the model in your FBX file, so you don't have to import, for example, the skin and the eyes separately. Okay? But if you had to, go to texture, click on the texture you want to export, or if it's not there, go to texture. Where is it, guys? Help me out. Texture map. Select the texture map. First, select the model. Hit clone texture. Go to texture. Flip V, and then export. And then that will export the texture map for you in case you need it in Unreal later. All right? So this is kind of what my model will look like in Unreal, like so. Each one of my subtools became a material ID. Basically, I can apply a material separated to each one. And these are what we can see are our nice little hair cards that we have. So before we set those up, I'm going to create a new level so that we can kind of showcase it and light it together. There's a lot to Unreal. I'm only going to show you the most default basic options that you're going to need in case you don't know Unreal. So a level is just a file like any other. So in my content browser, I'm going to right-click, create a level, name it. So I'm going to call this like lecture level. Like so. Double-click. Save the other stuff if you have to. And the level will be completely empty and honestly kind of spooky. So let's start by adding some sunlights and some lights. So I'm going to go ahead and go to lights under this like add, what is this called? Quickly add to the project button. I'm going to add a light. So a directional light is the sun. I'm going to add the skylight, which basically creates like a little bit of fill lighting, like a fake bounce lighting almost. I'm going to add a sky sphere. So right here in the search, I'm going to search for sky. Sky atmosphere is the new name for this. Now we have a sky. Then I'm also going to add fog, because it just helps me be like literally less spooked out by the original level. Then I'm going to go find my model, and I'm going to drag it straight in. Now, sometimes when you export out of ZBrush, it's not happening right now, but sometimes when you export out of ZBrush, some of the polygons disappear, and then you start to panic. Okay? If that ever happens to you, then you're going to go back to ZBrush, and you're going to make sure that the scale of your project is larger. Okay, because the scale in ZBrush can be quite small when compared to Unreal, which is using centimeters as the default units. So you can use Z-Plugin Scale Master, or if you're feeling extra lazy like I was for this project, I just use the gizmo, hit this button all the way to the right, which lets you transpose all tools together, and I just pressed Shift and made it bigger by like 300 or something like that. If you press Shift, it snaps. That's why I'm pressing Shift. Then you can export. That should fix your problem. And if it doesn't, try making it even bigger. Okay? So there's our tiger. As you can see, the fill lighting isn't quite doing anything. This is normal since a certain update. So I'm going to get rid of my skylights and just bring it in again. And now you can kind of see there's a little bit less dark, scary shadows in there. So let's make some materials to go onto this tiger, which is one of the most important parts of today's lecture, because we have to bring those textures in somehow. So I'm going to right-click and create a new material, starting with the skin of the tiger, so basically the skin underneath the furs. So the Unreal naming convention is M for material _ I'm going to call it skin. Open that up. If you guys are used to shader graphs, this is very similar to all of those. Okay. I'm going to try to keep this open and also show the tiger on the side. So we have, this is the main material, and we have all these inputs for different kind of effects. So we're going to be focusing on base color. If you guys want to learn how to do normal maps, roughness maps, metallic maps that create extra special effects with ZBrush, I actually did a lecture at SIGGRAPH last year, so I'll put the link for that right after I'm done with this. So let me go find a texture that I had exported. I've already imported it just for ease of use, there's the head texture from before. I'm going to drag it into my shader graph. And as you can see, it has multiple outputs. I'm going to drag out the RGB, which is basically it's a complete texture, and drag that onto my base color. Apply, or save. And I'm going to apply this material to my tiger. I like using this button right here, which browses to the file in the content browser, and then you can just carefully drag it onto his little nose, because if you put it on the rest of his fur, it will kind of look a little crazy, because it's not supposed to go there. That's how UVs work. Okay? And as you can see, the nose at least looks like it's the right color, so I think we're headed in the right direction. That is the most basic default way to get your color from ZBrush to Unreal. This is the most proper way. If there's time at the end, I'll show you the improper cheating way. That's really cool. Close that. Save. By the way, every single file in Unreal inside of the content browser gets saved separately. So if you just hit like Control-S, it will only save the level. Be real careful. I've learned that lesson once or twice before. We're going to make the material for the hairs themselves. So I'm going to right-click again, new material, M_fur1, because I'm probably going to make a few, like so. I'm going to double-click that. Drag that so that it's kind of not taking up all the space, because I want to see the preview coming in. And we're going to set this up. Now, it's going to be a few extra steps, because we need opacity. We need the hair to be double-sided, and a bunch of cool little things like that. I'm going to go find my textures, and these are textures I had pre-exported. So they're not the exact same ones I made, but they are using the exact same techniques. I just brought the files that Substance Painter exported into Unreal. Okay? So I'm going to start with the base color, which was the exact one that we used in ZBrush. I'm going to drag that in, and I'm going to use, as Substance Painter, it basically creates the alpha map already as the alpha channel right here. So I'm going to try to drag that into opacity. Oh no, opacity is turned off. So how do I fix that? I'm going to click on the material itself, which will give me the material options. Let me make that a little bit bigger for you guys. And under blend mode, I'm going to choose masked. Masked is basically going to be, it's going to give us the opportunity to turn on opacity. So there we have a preview. You can change the preview mesh here. So let's do a plane, for example. And I have some opacity. Now, let's go ahead and drag this material onto my fur, if I can. Oh, I should probably save it first. OK. If I zoom in, we're starting to get that effect of the little furriness. You could stop here, but I wouldn't if I were you. Now, here's the cool parts. How do we get those that PolyPaints from ZBrush onto the model? That PolyPaint is currently in Unreal and on the model already. It's the vertex color. It's kind of just extra data on a vertice, just like its location. Okay. So the way to access that in the materials editor is to right-click green, blue, or the alpha. I'm going to use the RGB and put that into my base color. Hit apply. And it's a little bright, but as you can see, we're getting different colorings. And by the way, you can do this for the skin as well if you don't want to UV it, but I don't recommend it if you're doing something for actually a game project. Or if you do, don't tell anybody where you learned this. Okay? So as you can tell, it's a little bit bright. In Photoshop, if I wanted to fix this, I might multiply this with a darker color or a darker texture to kind of darken it out a little bit. In Unreal, it's the same process, but instead of changing a layer blend modes, I can just drag out of here and say multiply. And I can multiply with the original texture because the base color is still here. The shadowy roots that we made, still there. So let's multiply those. Boop. Hit apply. OK, that looks slightly more aesthetic now. One thing about the masked mode is that it doesn't have, it's not very, basically it's all 0 or 1. It's either completely showing the pixel or not. There is no in between. To fake that look, we're going to make it like the fur is more soft looking. I'm going to add a node right here in between the alpha and the opacity mask called a dither temporal, which basically works like, do you know old newspapers, how they printed with little dots? Like kind of to create the effect of a bigger picture. Basically, it's going to use little dots to create the gray areas of our opacity map. All right, it's just going to make it a little bit more subtle. Now, we could stop here, because honestly, it's pretty close to the final. But if you'd like, you can change the roughness amount, which is basically how glossy it's going to be. The metallic, how metallic it's going to be. For example, if I change this to like 1, let's see if it does anything. So now it's trying to be metallic. That doesn't quite look good. Let's change that back. But you can just type that in directly. Or if you happen to have made a texture like that from Substance Painter, you can apply it directly to here. So for the roughness, 0.5 is fine. Now, if I look at the fur from behind the fur, you can see it kind of goes away. Can you guys kind of tell? It's like ghosting away. So we need to make sure that this fur is double-sided. Unreal is rendering the back of the plane as well. So to do that, I'm going to click back on my material, and I'm going to turn two-sided. Apply. And there we have the back sides of my fur. Now, if you can tell, the back side of my fur is really dark. So in default, in Unreal, when light hits an object, it bounces completely off. It doesn't go through the object at all, like kind of how light goes through our skin if you put a flashlight against your skin. So what we want is subsurface scattering, which lets light travel through the object. In this case, travel through the plane that is the fur. So I'm going to change my material type. Children, don't quote me on this. I've been talking to my students. But for some reason, I like two-sided foliage better than the hair preset that they have. So our fur is going to be foliage, like so. And that will enable me to turn on subsurface color. The subsurface color could be literally any color you want. To put in any color, I'm going to press and hold 3 on my keyboard for RGB, 3 vector. Click, and I'm going to put that on just so you guys can see. I'll do like a pink color. And now the bottoms of the fur should be pink. So what am I going to do? I'm going to delete the pink, and I'm going to apply the same color as my base color to my subsurface color. Hit apply. And now it should just look like fluffier and less dark. Okay? If you want it to be even less dark than this, you can apply directly from the vertex color, because as you remember, we darkened it here, so I can just drag, apply, something like that. So it's really up to you how you want it to look. As far as I know, there's like no perfect way to do this. No industry standard way to do hair yet. It's kind of still up in the air a little bit. I actually like the display better. So off screen, I went and I set up the different furs. All I did, oh, and I forgot a step. The normal map, it doesn't make a big difference, but I'm going to drag it in. The normal map basically creates the highs and lows kind of bumpiness effect of the model. Put that into your normal. Hit apply. It doesn't make too much of a difference, but it's nice to have it. You already baked it. Might as well put it in. OK? So I went ahead and I duplicated this material. And I created the longer furs, the super thin furs. So the total was 3 materials for the furs and 3 materials for the skin, the eye, and the teeth. Let me close this out and save it, like so. And if I skip ahead to the correct file, save, you can kind of see. I took some time to light it. This is the original file, so I made it a little bit darker. I had to go back and forth between Unreal and ZBrush a lot to get the color just right. One thing I did in ZBrush, once I found that the hair was too light or too dark or too saturated or too unsaturated, was I came in here, turned off the texture on the head. Temporarily, I can just hit Dynamic Solo to turn the head on. A lot of people don't know that this feature exists. But I can just go to PolyPaint, adjust colors, and this will give me a lot of the same features as Photoshop when it comes to changing the hue and saturation of the colors, the RGB intensity. You can change it for each channel, so like red, green, and blue separately. More contrast, less contrast. The gamma will make it darker or lighter. So you can easily change the whole thing really quickly. Hit OK. So let me like make it darker, for example. Hit OK, and then I can just re-project these colors onto the furs again, re-export the FBX, re-import it in Unreal by going to the FBX, and let me find it real quick. Finding the FBX and hitting right-click, re-import. Where's the button? Oh, I guess it's turned off because I don't have extra files right now, but re-import. And basically, it'll change the color. Since we're using vertex color for the fur, every time I re-import with different PolyPaints, it's going to automatically change. I don't have to change the material or anything like that. Okay. For the lighting and the final render, let me actually turn on my final render here. I imported a plane with a picture that I may or may not have found on Google, and I blurred it in Photoshop. So I just got that picture in, and I just applied it into material the exact same way that I made the skin material. And I just made that plane nice and big behind my object. Then I just did a little lighting. And the way I like to do lighting is I like to turn the directional lights, the skylights, all of that pretty much off. And I like to use rectangular and spotlights. So let me turn those off, and we'll kind of talk through. Ooh, I like that. It's kind of like creepy. So that's basically what it would look like without the extra lights I added. Then I added on some rectangular lights to create some rim lighting on the creature, and some spotlights to create the key and the fill lights, just to make sure that it was kind of showing up. I kind of like it without this one now more, you know, how it is. So to add these lights, let me hide them again by clicking the eyeballs. I'm going to go to the Add Stuff button, Lights, and for example, I can choose the rectangle lights, drag it on, and the rectangle light is amazing for rim lights because it kind of lets you control the length and the width of the light and exactly how it applies. The only thing that I always struggle with is which direction it's casting in, so it's casting in away from my character. I'm going to press W to move, E to rotate, and R to scale. So I'm going to rotate it towards my tiger. Drag it off so it's not kind of halfway. Then under the light details, I can change things like the width and the length and the color. So for example, if I want to make it like a funky color like that, I can. I can choose the source height, which will kind of elongate my rim lights and maybe make the width a little bit shorter, or I guess thinner. I can change how far it affects by changing the attenuation radius. Where is it? There it is. Basically how far it affects and things like that. So I just went with what I like to call a default 3-point lighting that I then messed up beyond all recognition. So that is basically the process here in Unreal. Let's see what else we got. There's my little plane. There's everything. And yeah, I think we're done for now. Matthias. A little early.
Great job. Any questions for Anna while we have her? Oh, okay, we got questions from live audience. Author, we'll start with you.
Are you able to move the cards with like physics or character motion and stuff to set up?
So the question is, are you able to move the cards with physics or
like
wind? Yeah.
So yes, you are. Yes, you are. So if you want to put the cards on an actual animated character, you're going to have to rig the character, right, and animate it. You're going to, in whatever software you're doing that in, like Cinema, you're going to transfer the weight paints from the rig onto the hairs. That way they'll automatically move with the character. Then if you want to add effects, in Unreal, the way I would recommend it would be material effects, so like fake winds and fake turbulence by using what we call world offset, which lets the material change where the vertex is. So you could create like this, like it's how grass is made in video games, and how it has like a waviness and all this stuff. So that's probably what I would recommend. Yes, you could do more advanced stuff than that, but that's quite advanced. Sorry?
I was wondering about render speed.
So render speed is something to look out for. So you want to work within a budget, and it's hard to say what the budget is. You know, for example, if you guys ever played the game Horizon Zero Dawn, you know that Aloy, she has the red hair. Her hair is like over 100,000 polygons with so many bones in the rig for like each braid and each strand, physics and animation. You know, and in the past we would have said you can't do that with hair, but they could. So you got to work within the budget of the overall project and figure it out. Obviously, for this project, I can go a little heavy because it's a head, but I'm pretty sure I could get this into a video game, no problem. Yeah.
Awesome. Another question?
The wrong way to do it. Yes. Let me show you that.
So you're going to learn the wrong way to do it now.
Let's learn. It's the naughty way. Okay. So let's say, for example, you don't want to UV a model, that you just want to render it in Unreal from ZBrush really quick. Okay, so what we're going to do instead of using UVs, and I'm going to use the head as an example. Let me go back to my other file. So the head, right now the head is using a material that has UVs, right, and it has that texture applied. So what I could do is I could, I'm lost. I could create a new material that's just for vertex coloring. So go to material. I'm going to call this like vertex material. Open that up. And instead of using a texture, I can just use the exact same trick from before, vertex color. Plug that right into my base color. Save. Go back here and apply it. I guess the vertex color is a little bit brighter, so you'd have to make it a little bit darker in ZBrush. But you can literally just apply it to the whole thing, and it will just color it for you with no UVs or anything. Again, you didn't learn this from me.
The naughty way to texture.
Yeah, the naughty way.
Awesome. If you do have more questions, Anna will be available right next door at our partner booth over at Dell. So let's give her another big round of applause. Thank her for coming out. Stay tuned. We will be back here with our next presenter in just a little bit.
Check out these rims. Let's go deep.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Maxon booth here at SIGGRAPH 2024. I'm your host, Matthias, a.k.a. Major VFX on all the socials, showcasing here at the Maxon booth amazing artists from around the world and how they use Maxon 1 in their workflow to create some of the most stunning, beautiful imagery you'll see on any screen. One of those people is to my left, Denver local.
Yes.
Yeah, a Denver local. Happy to have him. Let's give a big round of applause, big Maxon round of applause for Harrison Vincent. You're in for a treat.
Hey guys, thanks for coming out today. My name is Harrison Vincent. It's awesome to be here talking at the Maxon booth today. I am a 3D director, designer, and animator. Now I usually start these things off by just talking a little bit about myself and kind of my journey into 3D and how I found Cinema 4D. So I started in engineering, and that taught me two things. One being that I hate engineering. You know, the world needs engineers, and I'm happy to not be one of them. It's in much more capable hands. And two, I love 3D programs. And I wouldn't realize this until much, much later. But I switched over to graphic design and was still kind of like unfulfilled in like what I was doing and what I was making. And then I discovered motion design. And I could take my kind of early designs when I was still in school, and I could start to make them move. And that's like what hooked me. That was like pure magic at that point. And so my learning path began into motion design, and I started with After Effects. Like I'm sure a lot of you here today, you started with 2D, and you started making stuff, and you started giving it personality on screen. And then a few years later, I started seeing some amazing work coming out, and it wasn't like from who I would have expected it to be. It was not from the big studios with the big teams and the big budgets, but it was from solo artists like myself. So I started to look to this work, and I was like, man, like how do I take like what I can do at this current stage, and how do I get there? So that's when I started goofing around with Cinema 4D, and it was kind of like the least scary option at the time. And it didn't have a steep learning curve like a lot of the other 3D platforms out there. And it had a really similar animation language to After Effects, which was like really comfortable to me. I could do my stuff in 2D, and then if I was feeling super spicy, dip over to 3D and make some fun stuff. And it went on like that for a couple years until I was spending the bulk of my design time in Cinema 4D. So I'm going to start off by showing you guys just a couple things that I like to use Cinema 4D to make. I like particles. I like animals. I love simulations. I like realism. I like storytelling. I like design. And I like animation. All of these images have been created with Cinema 4D and rendered with Redshift. So I'm going to skip over and show you guys some of my favorite 3D pixels in motion from the last couple years. Let's see here. Where's the audio? All right, we'll just back it up here a second. Thank you. Yeah, that was all made possible with Cinema 4D and the Maxon of the Maxon family of products. A lot of those shots were rendered with Redshift. A little bit of Houdini in there, but mostly, yeah, 90% of that was created in Cinema 4D. It's been my main kind of 3D hub for the last 12 years professionally, and that was probably like a 50-50 blend of client work and personal work. Now, in the past talks I've done, I've talked a lot about personal projects and how like they're a huge tool for me to kind of express myself as an artist, and I've gone over some of the techniques that I've used to create them. If you all want to check out any of like the past like short films and personal projects that I've kind of produced over my career, you can check them out on my website. But I kind of like looking back to these from time to time because whenever I'm feeling like creatively stagnant, I can kind of like look at these and be like, oh man, like I was like super stoked on learning how to make sci-fi planets, or like I was really into figuring out procedural landscapes. So that's kind of like a cool tool to have in the back of your pocket to remind you that, like, you know, we're all students here. We're all going to keep learning. We're all going to push, you know, the limits of the things that we can create in 3D programs. But I won't get into the myriad of reasons, you know, why you should do them and why they're like a huge beneficial thing for building your skills in your career. Because today we're going to shift gears and we're going to talk about client work. You got to do it. It's a necessary evil. And people in the past have kind of asked, like, you know, outside of making these like weird little existential short films on the side, like what's like your dream project from a client? And I would say that like product origin films are definitely like right up there, because you know, it allows you to be like just as abstract and just as experimental as a lot of your personal work, but on the client side. And there's a great potential for some fun motion. They usually kind of have like a loose narrative throughout, and you don't have to be so literal. You know, you can illustrate product features with abstract interactions, usually by way of simulations. Here's a few simulation-based animations from past product films that I have done. And you know, it's kind of funny, like it wasn't until like putting this presentation together that I realized that like my client work is like 1 billion times more colorful than my personal stuff, and like I have like no idea like why I'm a decade into my career and like just now having this epiphany. But for what that's worth, usually there's something that is building on screen inside of one of these product films in a cool visual way, and it's really fun to kind of, you know, make that the most interesting, you know, build in the most interesting way and construct in an organic fashion. So that leads us to the topic of today's talk, or rather, faking simulations with Mograph. Now you may ask, Harrison, why on earth would we want to fake a simulation? Cinema 4D has like all these incredible simulation tools, so you can simulate things from like cloth, rigid body dynamics, hair, and smoke, and they just did this like huge rollout to their new particle system. Why would you want to fake it? Well, you know, everything comes with a cost, and simulations do look beautiful, but they save time on traditional keyframe animation. But typically, you know, when you're up against a client deadline, you don't have the luxury of time. And you're going through multiple rounds of tweaking and rendering and swearing, and the end result is often super hard to art direct. So how can we get like an organic animation with an art directable end result that appears fluid and possesses all of the qualities that we love about simulation, right? Well, that's the $1 million question. So today we're going to look at 3 different client case studies where I faked simulations and, you know, saved a whole lot of time in the production process by using the Mograph toolset inside of Cinema 4D. All right, so the first one, a company by the name of HRE Wheels reached out, and they wanted a launch film for their new carbon fiber wheel set. Now, this was like a super high-end product, and they wanted to showcase some proprietary technology that only they had the rights to. But the brief was pretty open. They really wanted to focus on, you know, several key features, you know, as is kind of par for the course for these types of products. But they wanted to start with just 6 electrons on screen because that's how many electrons are in the element carbon, right? So they wanted, their whole thing was this carbon rollout and this carbon fiber wheel set. So I had a little bit over a month of production time to kind of like bring this to life. So I'm going to go ahead and play the final spot, and then we're going to take a look at one of the shots, and then we're going to build it from scratch in Cinema 4D. Nice. So this was a super fun project to create. Definitely a lot of simulations going on. So any way that I could kind of like fake a simulation and use the Mograph toolset to have a more like art directable end result was definitely, you know, I would take every chance to do that I could. So today we're going to focus on creating this shot. And the client was really particular about creating this kind of 2x1 basket weave, because that was the weave on top of their carbon fiber sheet that they were making this wheel set out of. And that was kind of like the strongest pattern of carbon fiber arrangement that was kind of on the market at the time. So we're going to create this procedural setup completely from scratch inside of Cinema 4D. Hop over here. Crack open a brand new file, nothing in our viewport. What could go wrong? All right, so in order to create this weave animation, we're going to start with a MO spline. We're going to start with one thread, and we're going to drop that into our scene. And right now it's not long enough, so let's give it a length of 1,000 centimeters. And just to keep everything super clean inside of our scene, we're going to make it a line. And we're going to go over and reorient our camera a little bit here. And right now, this MO spline is super flat, and we want kind of some peaks and valleys, as you see, like in a weave. You want these different pieces to kind of interconnect. So let's click our MO spline and bring in a formula effector. Now, right out of the box, if we just kind of like go through our timeline, it's got this kind of snaky motion. So that's a good start. We see that it's affecting our MO spline, but we want to change a couple things. So if we go into Parameters tab, we can just clear out the displacement on the X, and we want it to happen in the Y. So we'll just put 50 in there. And then we'll go down to our formula field inside of our formula effector, and we see T. Now T stands for time, and that's what's driving the animation inside of this. And we just kind of want it to be a constant. So instead of T, we're just going to replace it with a 1. And if we twirl down our variables, let's give it a frequency of 5, because we want a couple more peaks and valleys as we kind of build out this weave animation. All right, so next step, now that we have our MO spline in our scene, we want some geometry that can be displaced on the spline. That's going to ultimately be like our ribbons of carbon fiber. So let's bring a null into our scene, and let's call it instance. Remember to keep your files tidy. So inside of instance, we're going to grab a cube. We'll drop it in there, and let's make this like some of the dimensions that we made our MO spline. So we know that we want it 1,000 units long. Let's give it 3 units of height, and let's give it 30 units of width is probably a good place to start. And let's take this and let's just offset this inside of our instance null, because we're going to take that null and we're going to instance it throughout our entire setup. So later we can replace this cube that we're just kind of using to preview things inside of the viewport with something a little bit more high poly to get a little bit more detail out of our renders. So let's bring in another null, and let's just hide this whole hierarchy in here so we can keep our viewport super clean. And let's select instance, and we can bring up Shift-C on the keyboard, and we have our commander, and we can just type in instance right here into this field. We don't have to hunt around for it anymore. And so we just have an instance of that cube now. And we want to wrap this cube around our MO spline. So we can just hit Shift-C again, and we can bring in a spline wrap. There we go. Nice, and we'll just make this a child of our instance. And inside of our object settings, we can just bring our MO spline that we've already affected, and we can just change the axis right there. And we don't see anything going on here because we don't have any segments on our z-axis, and we want it to deform on our MO spline accurately. So we can just type in 150. Bam, nice. Now we see that deforming perfectly to our MO spline. Let's hide our spline wrap UI right there, just so that we can keep it super clean inside of our viewport. And we can go down here and start messing with our offset. And this is what we're going to use to animate our threads as they weave together. So we can notice that, like, over here on the left side, it's kind of like shooting off in a weird way, and that's because it's outside of the bounds of the spline. So if we just go in here and hit clamp, we can take care of any issues there. Let's hide our MO spline, and let's hide our formula effector, and let's zero out our spline wrap right there. And let's take this whole setup we've just created, and we'll drop it in a null just to keep it super tidy. And this mouse is like really sensitive, so I'm trying to do surgery up here. All right. And we'll just name this 1. So now that we have like one thread guide, we need to iterate this out into space. So we have multiple threads, we want them intersecting, and then we can take that whole setup and have it come the other way, and then we can have both directions of threads weaving together in space. So in order to do that, let's take our null that we've labeled 1, and let's drop it inside of a cloner. And we can start building out the rest of our weave animation. And we'll just name this weave. All right. So it defaults to like a grid array. We can just go down to linear, and instead of it going up, we want it to go out. So we'll just drop a 50 in the X, and let's get 16 of these options. And that's a great start. So this is going to be the start of our weaves, like our threads going in one direction to make the weave. And you may notice one thing, that like the offset of each one of these peaks and valleys is the same all the way across. And we don't want that. We want them kind of tiled in a way where each formula effector is kind of offset just a little bit, and they have like a nice kind of offset pattern, like iterating throughout all of these weaves. So let's just go ahead inside of our cloner, and let's take our null, and let's make 3 more copies of it. And we'll just name this 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's open all these up. So if we go into the formula effector that we made some changes to initially, we just put a 1 in there. So in our second iteration, we want to just make this 1.25. So we already have a 1 in there, so we can just add a 0.25 on there. And we can see that we have an immediate change in our viewport, and our formula effector is getting offset a little bit. So if we just kind of do this all the way down the line and make this 1.5, and then for the last one, let's make it 1.75. And then that way it just picks it back up again and repeats on itself. There we go. And we have a nice kind of like offset pattern. Let's open up all these formula effectors real quick. Not that. And we'll just bring the strength down a little bit. Something like this is going to be a little bit closer to what we want inside of our scene. Man, this mouse sensitivity is like just massive. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and start throwing down some keyframes in our scene so that we can get these threads animating. So if we select all of our spline wraps by just holding down Control, we can go down here, and we're going to animate our offset. So at the beginning of our sequence, let's drag this all the way to the left. Maybe like -90 is a good start, and then we'll go to the end of our sequence, and we'll make it -10, and we'll set another keyframe, and we'll scrub through. Awesome. That's a great start on how we want our threads to move. We might notice that we only have our threads moving in one direction at this point. So let's select our cloner, and we're going to make another instance. I know, so many instances today. So we'll type in instance, and we'll hit OK. We'll drag this guy down here, and let's make it a render instance because we want an exact copy of all of the attributes that we add into our cloner. And we can just kind of bring this guy around. Let's make it -90. And I kind of already figured out what these dimensions were ahead of time for this specific composition of weave. And if we just put these guys in here, bam, that's perfect. So we start to see that, we have our different weaves going in different directions. And yeah, this is starting to work. We got some going over, we got some going under. And if we kind of like mouse through our animation, we can see that we don't have any intersections anywhere, and that's great. So what do we have? We have all of our threads starting in one direction, no intersections, but we're left with, I don't know, like a pretty boring animation at this point, right? Like when you see something weaving together in an organic way, you want parts to be have looseness, you want parts to be tightened together, and you want secondary animation to kind of like glue this whole thing together. So we can start building that inside of our scene. So let's open up all these guys, and let's select all of our formula effectors. All right, let's, honestly, let's crank our strength way up, and let's go into our Fields tab. And we can add a solid in here, and we can actually control our strength inside of the Fields tab. So we're going to add a solid in there, and that's starting to work. I think, honestly, we could probably go back up here to cube and just make our cube like a little bit wider because that's being like instanced, throughout the whole setup that we've built so far. but we want to add some tightness. So that's the next step. So let's bring in a linear field, and immediately you see our formula effector come back at full strength. So let's hit Z+, and we'll just drag this linear effector. And now we can start to see that like we can control like the tightness of our weave at certain parts throughout. And this is really what's going to kind of give it that second layer of polish and start to make it feel like more of like an organic simulated animation. So if we go to frame 1, we can drag our linear field all the way over here, and let's see which one of these is controlling it. Is it this guy? Yeah. That's what we want. So let's set a keyframe right here, and we'll drag it all the way to the end of our animation, somewhere like there. I think I actually might have just turned fields off. No? I don't know where the UI went in the scene, but this is exactly what we want at this stage. So if we just let this play, we have our threads coming into the scene. We have like a little bit of control kind of on the leading edge, so they start really loose and they tighten as they go through the weave. And we've used an instance to kind of, you know, show the other side, the threads coming in from the other direction. And that's been great to kind of like QC our animation at this point, and so we don't have like any intersections, but I think we want to add like one more layer of variation on top of this to kind of like glue all these secondary systems together. So let's just go ahead and hide this guy right now, and we're going to create another copy of our cloner. And let's just give this like the same kind of dimensions and coordinates of our instance that we had in our scene. So we'll just add this. And instead of scaling it, we can just have like our clones go in the other direction. And you should have a pretty similar setup to your cloner instance as you had before. But now this gives us the ability to add displacement over the entire thing. And this is really going to, you know, kind of like bring up the quality of it feeling like a simulation rather than like a procedural animation. So if we drag these guys down into their own null, we'll just name this weave full. Bring a displacer into our scene. We'll drag this guy in here, and we're not going to put a noise directly into our shader channel, and we're going to do that in fields. But inside of our shading channel, let's just add a color, like a white color, and we can see that everything kind of puffs up, and that's because it's basically telling like every vertex inside of this null we're going to like push out a certain direction. And that's not exactly what we want. We want everything to push up in a certain direction. So instead of vertex normal under direction, we can go down here and select planar, and we'll just tell it which direction we would like it to be pushed in. So we'll hit Y+, and if we just kind of like mess with the strength here, we can see that it's pushing it up in the Y. And let's give it a height of like 40. So we can go over here to our Fields tab. Let's bring in a shader field. And we'll put our noise in here. You can immediately see everything gets like super crinkly on screen. And that's good because it shows that our displacer is having like the intended effect, but just at a much smaller scale than what we want. So let's give it a global scale of 1200. And we'll bring our height up all the way so we can actually see what's going on. And even at its like most extreme example, you know, there's like pretty minimal clipping of these things coming together. Obviously, we're not going to do it this high. We just want like a little bit of displacement kind of on top of all of these different systems working together. But that just kind of shows that like it's got a global noise and it's kind of displacing both of these cloners in the way that we intended. So let's go down here, put a value of like 40 in there, and let's give this noise a little bit of animation. We can just go down and give it, let's give it an animation speed of 2. It's probably be a little bit too fast, but at least we'll be able to tell kind of what's going on. And we go back in the beginning of the animation and we play it. So we have our threads coming from different sides. We have them weaving together in a way that you don't have any sort of like geometry intersections. We've created some tightness controls that gives the leading edge, you know, an area for the thread to kind of come out before it tightens. And then we've added like a tertiary layer, which is a global noise that kind of like glues all of those different animation systems together. So you may have seen in the animation from the spot that I showed earlier that like these were like these ribbons were like packed with like lots of thread detail. Like they were carbon fiber threads. Like if you were doing like a commercial for like, I don't know, like deck furniture or something like that, and you were making like some wicker chairs, this would be great. You know, you could throw like a nice wood material on this, hit render, throw some lights in the scene. But we want like a little bit more detail. So how can we create that? So let's hide our weave full for 1 second, and then let's grab one of these Mo splines that we use to build this existing setup. We can bring it back into our scene, and let's zero all this stuff out real quick. But this will have the size that we want in our scene, and we can see that it's still being affected by formula effector, so we can just turn that off. So let's take this Mo spline, let's drop it in a cloner, like such, and we'll make it linear, and let's get like 40 of these, and then we'll just zero everything out. So they're all in the scene. They're just sitting right on top of each other. And let's get a random effector. And yeah, so this is exactly what we're looking for. And so we can use our go inside of our parameter tab under position, and we can start to use these attributes to, I don't know, art direct the dimensions of our packed carbon fiber ribbon. So let's give it a height of like 3, and we're just going to pretty much like steal some of the dimensions of the cube that we had previously in the spot. So let's give it a height of 3. Let's actually give it a width of like 30. And I still kind of want like a bit of like a ragged edge, like a little tapered edge, because that's going to be like really nice in render, and it's going to make it feel like it has a little bit more kind of like organic variation. So let's bring that in just like a little bit. We can kind of see that edge right there. That's going to work great. So let's click on or right click on our cloner and go to Connect Objects and Delete. And yeah, now that's a lockdown object that we can just drop inside of our instance null. And we can turn our cube off. And we'll just name this threads so that we can be super tidy. And if we go back down here and we turn everything on, our whole system works now, and we have detailed splines that are following the position of those cubes before. And if we actually play through it, I'm just actually amazed like at how fast this plays in the viewport. I think when I did this original setup for the job maybe like a year ago, I built it in like 2023, and it was like I had to like quickly turn a couple things on before I hit render, and then like prayed, and I was like, don't crash, and then like, and I like rebuilt this for this talk today, and I was like, no way, like that like works like so smooth in the viewport, like holy crap. So this is great. This is exactly what we want. You can get like a nice little macro camera, get down there right on the edge, get some cool depth of field, render these things out however you want. They could be made of spaghetti at this point. Like you can, you know, go crazy with shaders. But we're not going to actually get into any of the rendering today. But I'll be at the demo station right after this talk, and we can light it and talk about next steps. But one important thing to note is that this will not render right out of the gates because it's splines. It's not actual geometry in your scene. So you can throw a Redshift object tag on there. We can just go ahead and do that real quick. Just type Redshift object into the commander, get this snazzy little tag, and then go into curve and just make these cylinders. And these will render great, and it'll be super efficient inside of your viewport and do all of the geometry optimization at render time. All right, yeah, that's how that shot was created, completely procedurally inside of Cinema 4D. If I needed to change any of the stuff along the way, I have kind of controls in my stack where I can hop back in and make those necessary changes. All right. All right, here's the second case study. So Live Golf reached out, and they wanted like an origin film for their new trophy design. And every year they commission a new trophy, and they really wanted like a super cool animation to go along with it. So a little backstory on Live. Unlike the PGA Tour, Live is team-based golf, so it's teams of 4. So this trophy actually splits apart into like 4 distinct pieces, so that each member of the team can take one of the pieces with them, and when they come back together, they can, you know, assemble it into the final trophy. So they said, you know, whatever the animation ends up being, like this is a concept that we want to convey. But other than that, like the brief was pretty open. They were like, we want really bold colors, we want it super fun and energetic, and we want it to capture the energy that Live Golf has. So the concept that I ended up coming up with was, got to go full Captain Planet on this one and unite all of the 4 elements of golf together into one triumphant trophy reveal. So you got sand, water, air, and grass all come together to reveal this trophy in a cool product spot, all in under 20 seconds. So I'm going to go ahead and play that spot, and then we can hop in and build one of the shots from scratch. Yeah, so short and sweet, lots going on there. Lots of simulations, lots of fun Mograph setups. And I only had like 3 weeks of production to kind of like bring this to life. So it was really important to kind of be like, all right, not everything can be a simulation. Like I'm gonna like drive myself insane and I'm not gonna hit the deadline. So keeping some of these things in Mograph was super helpful to hit that mark. So today we're gonna be hopping in and we're gonna be creating this kind of like triumphant like watery reveal of the water shard in this elemental golf world that comes together and ultimately forms the trophy. So this is the shot we're going to be creating. So let's hop into Cinema and make it. Over here. All right. So this is the asset that I got from the client. As you can see, I'm sure a lot of you have messed with kind of CAD models before. They can look great as a still or something like that, but like usually the geometry is like not great, right? Like you'll have, super long pokey boys, and you'll have like, small little quads and big old quads. So like if you were gonna throw some deformers on top of this and start kind of like changing its form, like I feel like the whole thing would just kind of fall apart. Right, you need to take this geometry and you need to remesh it into something that is much more efficient for animation. So we can start doing that. Let's select our geometry that we got from the client. Let's hit Shift-C on the keyboard to bring up the commander, and let's just type remesh. All right, we can drop our geometry inside of there, and immediately we can start to see that we have a much more efficient kind of like flow of geometry, and this is going to be great once we start kind of like changing, the distribution of its form for animation. So let's go inside of Object and hit Instant Mesh. And let's give it a polygon count of 5,000. Let it think for a second. Yeah, and we're starting to get some crisp edges, and this is going to be great. We can take this and immediately move this into production. So let's go ahead and take this setup, and we'll drop it inside of a null. And let's start throwing down some keyframes. So I'll just name this guy Move. And I got a camera already in the scene. We can look through that. So this is going to be like a column of water that, starts off really organic, and then it starts to take on some of the properties of its final form. So we're going to make sure that the top kind of silhouette of this shard is seen in the final, final second of the animation. But we want it kind of coming out of this this watery surface. So let's just throw a plane in our scene. Let's give it some more dimension in the X and the Z. Nice, that's going to be a good start. And we could come back and art direct this later, but what we really want to do is just kind of like establish like a ground zero, an origin zero in our scene that our water shard can come up from. So let's select our move null. Let's kind of move this guy down a little bit. Let's start right about here. And we'll go to the end of our shot. And we'll bring it up right about there. And we'll just keep this playing. And we can start stacking some deformers on top to make it kind of start to take on this like undulating, spiraling column of water that we want to reference. So we'll throw in a null. We'll just call it deformers. And we can start stacking up some displacers. So let's grab a displacer. We'll throw it in there. This one's going to be driven by noise. And I think right out of the box, maybe our global scale is a little too small. So let's make this 500. Seems like a good number. And let's bring up the height a little bit, because we kind of want this like almost like globular kind of look. But right now our noise is pretty static. You know, it's not really adding anything to the animation. So let's give it an animation speed of 1, so we get this kind of like boiling movement. And we kind of want it to like match, you know, the position of our water shard as it's revealed. So we can go over here and let's make it move in the Y. So maybe a -1 in there and a speed of 1. And now we can see that, all right, this thing is starting to like boil up from the depths, and you know, all of its energy is starting to create the top of the shape. So this is a good start. I think it's, you know, I think the size of its displacement is good, and the amount that it's being displaced is good. But it's kind of like changing the whole silhouette, right? Like we only want to like have this happen, you know, in the bottom area, and the top area is going to be much more refined. So we can do that by just setting up a simple linear field inside of our displacer. So if we go into the Fields tab, we can grab another linear field again, and we'll set this to maybe the opposite of that, -Y. Yeah, so that's going to work. So I think right about here, you know, we want our water shard to be kind of fully displaced, fully abstracted, and we can set a keyframe on the Y for that. And then, you know, the last couple seconds of the animation, we want to make sure that, you know, the top of the shard is like fully intact, and you're like, oh, for continuity, you know, purposes, like that is the shape that we're creating. So let's go ahead and grab our linear field, drag this guy down about here, and we can see that the inheritance at the bottom is, you know, about 100%, and the top is no displacement at all. That's exactly what we want. So let's kind of play that. Yeah, so we're boiling up. Yeah, and then we're starting to see the top of the shard, and then we'll cut to the, you know, the formation of the next shard. So that's good. I think we want like another deformer too to like continue to break the shape of this, because right now it's a little bit basic. So let's go in and see what else we got. Let's throw a twist deformer on there. And this is really going to kind of have to like sell the look of that like spiraling column of water. So we have a twist deformer in our scene. Let's drag this up a little bit. Let's give it a little bit more space on the Y, so that when it twists over like a larger area. And let's start off with an angle of 200? 220? Something like that? Yeah, it's starting to look cool. Yeah, let's go to the end and give it, let's relax it a little bit so it's kind of comes up super twisted, and then at the end of the shot it's a little bit more relaxed. Give it something like 60, and let's just like find a good place to kind of pull this up. And right now you can see that like the twisting is actually only happening inside of the bounding box. So we don't want that. We want to set it to unlimited, so wherever we move this thing, it's going to move along a similar axis. So let's move it up here. I mean, that looks kind of like triumphant. You get the angle of that shard that we're trying to reproduce. Well, let's kind of play what we got going on here. So we got this guy kind of boiling up. Yeah, and starting to coalesce into the shape that we want. I think that's a good spot to continue to move on. So what do we have here? We have our geometry that we've remeshed from like the super gross CAD model that we started with. But right now we can't really render this either, right? Because, you know, you're getting some weird edges that are stretched and kind of intersecting, and hey, they just kind of look gross in render. We want to add like another layer of refinement onto this. So we can do that with the volume builder. So let's just take this whole null setup that we have here, drop it inside, and we can continue to refine our form. So it starts off with like 10 centimeters as like the voxel distance. Let's bring that down to 4, and you can already see that like, yeah, it's starting to fill in some things, but I think it just still feels like it has like too much detail to it. So let's add an SDF smooth on top. And that's when we're starting to get a much smoother form as it's coming together, and it really does kind of look like this like magically controlled shape of water, which is what we're going for. So one more step on top of this, you know, we could render this as like a VDB or fog or something like that, but we want this to be like a self-contained object of water. So in order to do that, let's bring in our volume mesher. Drop that on top. Bam, there you go. You can throw on, I don't know, if this was like a chocolate commercial or something like that and you're making chocolate bars, you could throw on a super cool chocolate shader with some subsurface scattering and, you know, have your shape come together. But for this, it was like, kind of like a stylized water surface with like a lot of like color dispersion, which really made it that kind of like psychedelic look. So in order to keep our scene super lightweight, we're going to kind of just turn these off for 1 second while we go back and we focus on the environment that this exists in. So this is kind of like this, I don't know, like watery kind of world, like turbulent water surface. But, you know, we've already controlled like the shape of our hero object, you know, kind of like forming out of these like watery depths. But we don't want to like have to do any sort of simulation on our environment as well. So let's go back to our plane and we can start, you know, building up that look with 3 simple modifiers. So let's give it some segments so that once we start kind of deforming it, it doesn't look very chunky. We have some nice kind of like gradients between moves. Let's just call this water. So what do we want? We want like 3 things going on here. We want like some big like ocean swells almost like coming through left to right, and that's going to be like a nice like compositional framing device that's going to force our eye into the central object. We want like kind of like a stylized ripple coming out of the middle to kind of showcase our central object and kind of show that like this is the point that it's coming out of the water. And then we probably want like a tertiary layer of just like some subtle kind of watery movement to kind of glue everything together. And we can start doing that by just stacking up deformers. So let's go in and find another displacer. And this is going to be like our large kind of like ocean swell layer. And let's give it a height of, and we'll come back to this. Let's give it a height of 100 right out of the gates. Nothing happens, but let's give something to drive that number. So instead of a noise, let's make it a solid color again. And it comes in as white as default. And that's just going to take all of those points and kind of push them up there. And so 250 is a good place to start. So now we can start kind of like constraining where we want that displacer to happen. So if we go into fields, let's bring in a spherical displacer this time. And let's kind of drag it over here to the left. Kind of make it a little bit wider. There we go. And let's bring its inner offset in a little bit, and let's make it curve. And here we can kind of like art direct, like, you know, what the shape of the fall off is, and ultimately like what the profile of these like kind of ocean swells are. Let's duplicate this out a couple times to kind of place a few of these in our scene. Let's go outside of our camera. If we go into our Fields tab, we can just drag those 2 copies that we just made all the way down. And they're all duplicated on top of each other. But if we start to spread them out, we can see that each one of them does in fact have like an inheritance on our displacer. And let's start kind of like blocking these into our scene. So if we go back into our camera, we can kind of like use these little toggle sliders and see how tall each one of them we want them to be. And I think that maybe like this back one back here could be like a little bit wider, something like that. I think this guy could come forward a little bit. So let's set down some super quick keyframes real quick. So yeah, maybe this back one kind of like starts on the left side. And then we go to the end of the animation. And we'll just drop it over here. Let's see this front guy. Maybe this guy kind of like starts like all the way out of frame right when we cut to it. And then near the end of the shot, it's kind of a little more like that. And then we'll have this middle guy kind of like, kind of going left to right and like revealing like our central object. So maybe it starts like right there. And then it ends somewhere like there. And you can always come back and kind of like, you know, move the position of these kind of swells around. But, you know, as that guy's coming out, they're kind of going left to right. I think we'll actually make this guy end a little bit over here. All right, so that's a good start. Obviously, you'd spend a lot more time kind of art directing your scene. So the next thing that we want is we want some ripples kind of like emanating from our central object in our shot here. So we can do that with another formula effector. And we'll go down. I know I'm like right on top of it. There we go. Let's take this guy. Let's drop it down inside of our hierarchy. And we'll make sure that it's right after our displacer. So already out of the gates, that's adding like another cool kind of like design layer to it. But it's a bit heavy-handed. Let's Let's reduce its strength on the Y. And we notice this T again. So T is driving animation in this. And in the initial kind of breakdown of the weave animation that we were going on, we didn't want T. We just wanted it a constant. This time we do want T, because that's going to give our scene some life. But we noticed that these ripples are kind of going in the opposite direction. So instead of plus T, let's just make it minus T. And then we can also take this 2 and make that into a 3, just to increase the frequency of our ripples. So that's already starting to add like a cool animation. It starts to kind of like bridge some of those layers together, so that you see the water surface and the shard coming out of the water more as one object. And let's add one more thing to this. We need kind of like a tertiary animation layer that's kind of glue everything together. So let's add one more displacer. We'll add this down here. Let's actually turn these first 2 off so we can actually see what's going on. And we'll throw another noise in there. You can try a bunch of different noise types, kind of depending upon what you're looking for. But I think just the default one is probably good for our purposes today. And let's just increase that global scale a little bit. And let's give it an animation speed of 0.5. And we kind of want it moving left to right as well, like matching the animation of our swells, on top of our water surface. So let's give it a movement of -1 in the X and a speed, and let's kind of just scrub through. Yeah, that's going left to right. I think that's going to work, but we just need to increase the height of our displacer, something like that. So let's play what we got together. And I wonder if we can, if this is going to break everything if I turn the volume mesher on. But we can just keep the volume builder on for now, just so we can kind of see what these shapes are starting to look like in our scene. So we're starting out, we see the edge of this column of magical water starting to appear, and it's starting to form. And the environment is moving around it. Yeah, and in a nutshell, that's exactly how that shot was created. And there was actually no simulation at any point in this. I could go back and change the scale of the noise on the displacers at any point if I needed to have a little bit more detail in one spot. And then it really came down to throwing some interesting lights in the scene and really playing with that. Because it was stylized, you're allowed to take a lot of kind of design liberty and just make it look as cool as you can. All right, so the third and final case study was for a company called Epis. This was created earlier this year, and Epis is a technology company that is developing safe ways of disabling unmanned drones. So they wanted a use case scenario that gave some context, like how their tech would be used in the world. So I worked with the in-house design team at 8VC to realize the visuals for this rebrand, and I collaborated with Victor Dimitrov, who's a super talented 3D designer and close friend of mine, on a few of these videos. And it was this one's definitely a bit less abstract than the previous case studies I've shown, but it was super fun to work on something photoreal and a little bit closer to kind of my personal style. So I had about 6 weeks of production time, kind of off and on, to bring this film to life. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and show the final product, and then we can chat about one of the scenes and how that was created in Cinema 4D. Yeah, so that was a super fun project to create. That was all cinema, all Redshift. Bunch of simulations going on. We got some new pyro going on. We got a hair simulation for the grass being pushed apart down here with Quixel weed assets kind of generated on top. But the shot I'm going to talk about today was kind of this little dogfight shot where we have these kind of in-air ground missiles coming up. One explodes kind of like a little bit further into the scene, and we see it explode on a drone, and that creates shrapnel that comes back by camera and takes out like the kind of hero drone in the composition. So the shot wasn't always that way. Started off kind of like this, you know, which is fine. It's interesting, but it's not as pushed as far as the shot could have definitely be. We definitely needed that extra element and that destruction to make it, you know, feel super real. So we get the client feedback, and they're detailing this like complex physics interaction, and they're very particular about, you know, we want this drone in the end to be like a shrapnel cloud, and then that comes back by, and then, you know, by the end of like reading the feedback, like my head was just spinning. I was like, I don't know the first thing on how to, you know, make that happen on screen, like, and I was like, how am I gonna have those forces? And then finally I was just like, you know what, like, it just has to like look cool. It's only got to work once, and like when you render it, you know, like it doesn't have to actually be a physically based physics simulation. So really all it came down to was like, can I fracture a drone? Yes. Can I control the spread of its pieces? Yes. So then it was just a point of like putting all those, you know, those two simple steps together and animating them inside of nulls, and then kind of using that to art direct, you know, the animation from that point forward. So let's go ahead and hop into the scene, and we can, I think we're running a little low on time, so we can skip ahead and kind of show you how that was created. Go over here. Okay, so this is the shot. Let's kind of move the camera around like a little bit. Kind of spin up here. So it looks like a lot's going on in that shot. It looks super detailed, but really it's just like a bunch of like landscape, you know, landscape objects kind of like stacked off into the horizon. We got some forester trees using RS scatter, and I got a whole bunch of different different other elements kind of scattered around just to bring up the complexity. And then we have, let's see if we can find it. It's like a huge scene scale. Let's look back through our camera. Okay. Then we have, I believe these are from Pixel Lab. So we have like some aerial explosions that we brought in with VDBs, and we're rendering those through Redshift to get those like super cool like in-air explosions. And then it's just like a whole bunch of drones inside cloners with different modifiers on top to kind of give them a little bit of like random animation. So the client note was like, hey, we want more destruction, man. Like, how can we like really take the shot and kind of continue to push it? So if we kind of scrub through our animation here, we have, you know, this distant drone back here, and this is the one that we want to kind of like start off this kind of chain reaction of destruction. So if we have this drone over here, we just throw it inside of a Voronoi fracture, which I've actually already done, and you can see it just kind of explode immediately, and that's because it is tied to a random effector. So we have our initial geometry. We have it inside of a fracture object. Let's see if I can kind of like spin around. There we go. And this guy up here. And then we can just control its spread with the strength. So if we want like a huge explosion, we could just ramp this up into, you know, a massive value like that. But really, we just kind of want it to kind of continue to stay together, and then that cloud of debris is going to kind of move past camera. So if we scrub ahead here, we see it pop out the other side of the explosion as a debris field. I've already keyframed it past camera. And now we have like our hero drone that needs to be affected. So right about frame 45 is probably the magic number. Let's bring in another Voronoi fracture. We can just drop this down in here immediately. So I had already animated the scene. You know, we have this like, we have all of these drones in here that are being controlled by cloner modifiers, and then we have two other drones that are kind of in there just kind of doing their own thing, and it was way easier to just kind of traditionally keyframe animate those. So I already had those in the scene, so adding these modifiers on top of it was as easy as just dragging them straight into the nulls that they were animated in. So if we drag our hero drone in here, we see it change colors. Am I doing on time? We can select our point generator, and let's make this, you know, we could just completely pulverize it and make it 3,000 parts, but I think that like it's something a little bit more realistic would be around like 75. We still want it to be kind of chunky. And let's go through our motion camera. There we go. That's back to our original camera. And so now we can just bring in another random effector, and we can see that it just immediately flies apart. So let's add some rotation, some random rotation. So we can just add 60 to here. Yeah, we can just control that by animating our strength. So I think at frame 45, it's probably still intact. We have these shrapnel pieces coming back towards camera. Let's go to frame 44, add a keyframe at 0. And we'll just kind of keyframe up a little bit in the timeline, probably about like right there. And then we can just add a little bit of spread to those pieces. And one important thing to keep in mind is that, like, you know, we're rendering this with like a lot of kind of like realistic in-camera motion blur. So we're not going to be focused on like, oh, do these pieces have thickness? Is there internal components? Like, what's going on there? Like, this thing, like, once it gets hit, it's just going to be like a streak of bokeh and motion blur, and it's just going to whiz past camera. So we can hide kind of any mistakes with our render choices there. So let's just play our scene. So it hits that. Yeah, and it's as easy as just... That's all it took to kind of hit those client notes and have something that looks much more complicated, but really only a couple other modifiers kind of stacked in your scene. All right, guys, I think I'm kind of running close on time here. Yeah, that's 3 case studies and kind of how I used you know, different simple tools inside of Mograph to get a lot more variation in my animations and make them feel kind of like, you know, they're simulations. It took a whole bunch of you know, steps and render phases to kind of get right, but way more art directable. But I'm Harrison Vincent. If you want to check out more of my work, I'm on Instagram. You can hit me up at HTapes. I also have like a whole bunch more like case studies for like larger client projects and personal projects on my Behance. And then you can also check out my website. There's a bunch up there too. And yeah, and if you have any more questions, kind of after this, I'll also be at the demo station, so come bug me.
Awesome. Let's give Harrison a big round of applause. Great stuff. We do have time for 1 or 2 questions before he heads on over, if we have any from our live audience. If not, he'll catch you over at our partner station right over at Dell. And stay tuned here. In the next 5-10 minutes, we'll be up next with Sam Sutandi.
Nice.
Check out these rims. Let's go deep.
fuck a chill, pop a bill, make a scene, 50 racks on the bins, off my jeans, froze chillin', both them must get busy, I came from my kidneys and I'm trapping like I'm Whitney, yo bitch with me, nah boy she ain't missing, hold up who you dissing, I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang bang.
Introducing Mograph TV from Mograph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. Mograph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
Mograph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
Hello everyone and welcome to SIGGRAPH 2024 Day 2 Midday here in Denver, Colorado. I'm your host Matthias, aka Major VFX on all the socials. Here at Maxon, we're showcasing amazing artists from around the world and how they use Maxon 1 in their workflow to create some of the most stunning, beautiful imagery you'll see on any screen anywhere in the world. To my left, someone introduced me within their workflow at a studio to this amazing artist, and I said, you know what, if I have an opportunity I want to bring to the stage, let's give a big, warm Maxon welcome to Sam Sutandi. Woo!
Hello. Truly an honor to be here presenting at SIGGRAPH. It's my first time presenting, and I'm very grateful to be given this opportunity. As you heard, my name is Sam. So, I'm generally self-taught through YouTube and all of the amazing artists that I met while working. I originally went to school for graphic design, and towards the end of my time, my work tends to be focused more on the branding, typography, because to be quite honest, I had me to like hyperfixate and like dip into many different. Yeah. Absolutely. All right, thank you. So to be quite honest, when Maxon first reached out, I was a little bit flustered trying to figure out what I wanted to present. And after like a couple of weeks of trying to dig through old projects and figure something out, I kind of was intimidated by all of the amazing technical artists that present here every year. So I had to like take a step back and just like ask myself, how do I use cinema as an artist? And I don't really consider myself to be a technical artist, and I've been told that the way I use cinema is a little bit niche, so I don't really build full 3D scenes, though I do that on occasion. I tend to kind of use cinema in a really simple way. I am definitely I use simple techniques and see how far I can stretch them. Because I often find myself on branding projects, I generally need setups that can get a lot of fast iterations, a lot of control, very, very flexible setups, because in branding you usually have a lot of assets that you need to iterate out into a lot of different deliverables. So cinema ends up just being one tool of a handful that I use in my workflow, and it's usually in kind of like an asset building capacity. There we go. And that actually leads me to my demo title, which is Cinema 4D for Image Making. And this is image making in more of a graphic design sense, where we're not creating fully immersive 3D scenes. We're creating with the intention of combining with other elements, such as type, photography, or graphic elements. So today's demo, for me at least, is not going to be anything super advanced, no super crazy pyro sims. I am a very much push buttons and hope for the best type of artist. And everything today is a pretty basic technique, relatively beginner friendly, but maybe you haven't thought to use these techniques in this way. But again, super simple, and they're really great to experiment and expand upon. As a quick overview, I've divided up today's demo into 3 different sections. So the first one is going to be Chroma, which is a colorful reflective metal. Second one is Textural Abstractions, which is think about gradients and textural backgrounds. And our last one is Holographic Iridescent Crystal Goodness, because who doesn't love shiny, sparkly things? I sure do. So all 3 of these demos are based off of the same foundational technique with some slight adjustments. And even just as simple as adjustments, you'd be surprised on how different your results can be. So that being said, our first section here, Chroma. Like I said, reflective metal with a super colorful twist. Really simple setup. This technique that I used here sets up the base for the rest of them, so we're going to be diving into this one first. I initially used this technique for an esports branding package, which I really, really wanted to show today, but I cannot because of NAA reasons. So I ended up using the techniques that I developed for that project and made my own personal project to show for this demo. So everything shown today was made specifically for this demo. So they're just all imaginary clients, or I guess the client is myself, right, because it's a personal work. So as I mentioned, the original project was for a pretty prestigious esports streaming event competition. So they wanted to bring in 3D rendered elements to elevate flat 2D graphics. When you think of esports, you think of very statistic heavy, informationally dense graphics. So we wanted to bring in 3D as a way to kind of elevate it and kind of bring something nice and pretty along with kind of the information overload that comes with that. And this branding package actually needed to be reskinned several times a year. And the reason being because it's they had different, I guess, seasons through one year. So they wanted to keep viewers coming back and keep them excited to come watch the next chapter, is what they called it. And what I mean by that is essentially this. So after the initial setup, the basic setup is essentially a custom HDRI, which after the initial setup really was able to iterate pretty drastically different outputs with very low effort once it's been set up, of course. And here's some examples. We would render out each new chapter with a new HDRI and then pair it with a primary brand color just to keep things exciting and viewers coming back. So for today's demo, I'll be focusing on this green one here. And this is a custom word mark that I made specifically for this. I've been really digging the word liminal lately, so I took this opportunity to make a completely illegible word mark because no client would ever let me do that. So I'm just going to do that. I personally think it's really sick, but as I mentioned, that I originally used these techniques in the context of like this big branding campaign, so I might refer to things in that context, but the end result was essentially something super similar to this. So I'm going to walk you through the 3D portion of this, so let's go ahead and jump into Cinema. All right. So first things first, I did make that word mark in Illustrator. I'm going to import that. Not going to walk you through that, because that was a very long, painstaking, labor of love process of making that. But I'm going to show you what I did once I brought it in. There we go. All right. It's quite small. So let's scale it up. And actually, we want to bring in a backdrop for this. So let's bring in a plane. Scale that up so it takes over the full screen. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Let's try that again. Okay, so here is our imported spline here, and I'm going to go ahead and just dump that into an extrude. And if you grab all four of these splines and you just dump it into the extrude right away, it doesn't really do anything. So usually when something like this happens, the solution I always try first is a connect object, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So this just like basically, I don't know the technical reasoning behind it, but it basically makes it so it reads as one object rather than 4 different ones without actually having to combine the splines together. And that should theoretically be extruding, which it is, but it's extruding the wrong way. Let's actually lock this down here. Oh. There we go. All right, that's a little bit too tall for my taste, so let's bring this down to like, I don't know, 20. All right. And I'm gonna just throw, where are my materials? There we go. So this is just a pretty basic metal material. Actually, I'll walk you through how I made that. It's pretty simple. So it's just the base material, and then you just dial up metalness pretty far up, and then bring this a little bit higher in value just so it's not super dark. And I think for this one, I actually changed the reflection to something slightly green tinted, just a little bit. And I'm just going to throw that on there. So as you can see, that doesn't look like much. And that's because when we use anything reflective like metal and that kind of thing, you usually want some edges or bevels for the geometry to catch onto. So I'm just going to go in here into caps, and I found that the spline cap works best for this, and I'm just going to crank that up. So now we're starting to see like this kind of faceted thing happening, which is what you would have in mind for something like this, at least when you picture it. And this is actually a little bit too tall for my taste, so I'm going to bring it down pretty low, actually. All right. So this is just a really quick like spline extrude model. I did end up modeling this and like adjusting it to be a little bit I guess, more seamless, just because when you do type extrudes like that, like sometimes you get some like weird geo, like what's happening here. So I just like went ahead and cleaned that up. I'm not going to go through that just because, quite honestly, I'm not an expert at it, and I don't want to put you guys through me just like guessing on like what I should be doing. So I prepared one beforehand, and that is actually going to be right here. All right, so here is the edited one that I did. I just pressed C to adjust the geometry. I cleaned up some points. I threw down a subdivision surface, and I added some bevels in here since I made the geometry editable. So now, let's see. If you kind of compare the difference between this type that we're currently looking at and this one here, I feel like there's a huge difference just because there's just a little bit more detail in the one that I was showing earlier, and this one still has like quite a bit of like kind of like flat edges. So that's what I ended up doing for this more final one over here, is just adding some bevels into the geometry. But so this is a reflective metal. It looks pretty cool as it is, but really where the magic of this comes into play is the HDRI. So currently I just have a basic studio HDRI in here just to kind of get some lighting in the scene so we could see what we were doing. But I actually am going to go into After Effects now and walk you through this kind of custom HDRI thing that I did. So I found an HDRI that was specifically made for metal. Personally, I think that looks better just because it's made for metal. So yeah. And I went on Pinterest or wherever, and I found a reference of like some colors that I really liked, which was this. So what I ended up doing, and to be quite honest, it's kind of a scrappy way of making things, but I think that's okay because that kind of goes to show how forgiving this method is. So I basically took that reference image and I blurred it to hell. I added a hue sat, so let me just turn that off real quick so you can see. And then I set it to color. And it was just kind of like varying levels of that and just like layering things on top of each other. It doesn't really matter like what exactly is on this HDRI. You just want to input some sort of color data in that. I did end up adding some like turbulent noise type things, and then a fastbox blur again, and then I just like added some curves to really kind of exaggerate the highs and lows. Threw a CC toner on there, blurred it again, and then saturated it. So as you can see, very, very, very chaotic and very forgiving. So you can really do anything you want. Just throw colors on there, and honestly, you'll probably get a pretty cool result. So I did that a couple more times. This one here, I used the Universe turbulent noise to get kind of this more faceted look here. Let me see. Turn that to normal so you can see that. You can kind of see it there. And I just like doubled that on top of each other. Exaggerated the curves again, blurred it, and then a CC toner. Starting to get some crazy colors there. And then that wasn't feeling saturated enough, so I really saturated this and like made it even more contrasty. So again, it's just like varying levels of that. And this is ultimately the end HDRI that I came up with. So when you're making these things, I think the main thing to consider is just like what is the primary or the majority color scheme that you're looking for. For mine, I wanted more like pinks, purples, and that kind of thing with some subtle hits of like green, orange, and blue. So just making sure that generally that ratio, like 60 to 70% of like the main color scheme you want, plus 30% of like whatever accent colors. So now, I'm going to go back into Cinema and show you what that looks like. So just brought it into this one. I'm going to turn that one on. So you're starting to see something now, but what's happening is that the HDRI is seeing the plane as well. And I want that plane to be kind of just like a really clean, just white background, just essentially as a shadow catcher. So I'm going to go over to this project tab here in the HDRI that I brought in and throw in that plane. So now you start to see it much more, right? You start to see the cool colors that we came up with. And this is just the HDRI that we kind of just made in After Effects right here. The beauty of this is that once you have that HDRI set up, you can just scroll, and you'll just get so many different results. To me, it's kind of like treasure hunting to find like that really nice frame. It's kind of like gambling, honestly, but I don't know. It's fun. And then the results that you would get can vary quite drastically just by bringing in a separate HDRI. So here's one that I did earlier that is just like basically color vomit, super saturated. The first one that I did, I still wanted some of the metal color to come through, but for this example, I just really wanted like bright, saturated color. So I'm going to just turn that one on. And same thing we got to do. We got to bring that plane into exclude. So like, yeah, now you can see the difference now is just this one is just super intense, which is definitely also cool. It almost like doesn't look like metal anymore sometimes. It looks so neon. But yeah, so we just did that using a couple different ones. Can bring in some of the other ones that we did. Let's name this red. I actually didn't name these properly, but let's see what this one is. That is not right. Let's try that again. That doesn't seem right. You know what? Let's just go into After Effects and just like kick it out again. So here's a red one. Same technique. I just adjusted values, and then as you can see, it's way more red and orange. Let me just kick that out. All right. Uh-oh, I did a PSD. Oh, it looks like it worked. Maybe. Scared me for a second. I thought I was going to crash. All right. So yeah, this one is definitely more like a red-leaning one. You can see there, it's super fiery colors. And I also like went into here and adjusted like the hue, the saturation here. So that's another thing that you can do to control it. So desaturate that. You can see some more of the metal colors start to come through. But actually, this kind of leads me to my second section, which is textural abstractions. So just based off of this setup, we can quite easily move into this next thing. So these are just some quick outputs that I did, and honestly, probably a span of like 30 to 40 minutes. So you can see like how much variation you can quickly turn out after the initial setup. Let's clean things up a little bit. All right. So this is just the backdrop that we had from earlier, and I'm going to actually increase the segments here. Let's do 200 each way. Basically, we are just going to make some abstract geometry for the HDRI to reflect onto. So I'm going to bring in a displacer for that. And I'm going to group that together because I actually, when I first built this, kind of stacked displacement maps. So I'm going to name this one large. And this is going to do kind of like the bulk of our movement, so to speak. Move our material onto there. There we go. Let's actually turn this so it's facing upwards a little bit more. So this is totally way too small. We want like big swashes of geometry moving. So I'm going to go into the noise of the displacer, and I'm going to crank that up to, let's try 5,000 first. And then if we go back, bring up the height of this. That's not loading up. That's weird. Let's try that one. Oh, you know what? Duh. It's because I put this plane in the that's why. Silly me. There we go. All right. Whoa. That's really bright. Let's see if this will load up again. All right, let's just go back to this one since that was working. So I actually want this displacement to be a little bit bigger. This still feels like a little bit too small for me. So I'm going to go back into here. Like 8,000. That feels a little bit better. And you can just like sift through the different seeds and it'll give you some pretty different results. So this is like a really good technique to build out like abstract gradients, like that, like kind of the mesh gradient look, but you know, kind of a little bit more procedural, I guess. And then we can even go into here and just move this around. And then you'll get a lot of crazy colors. So for some reason, this HDRI isn't working. I'm just going to go into the other scene, which you saw the exports of, and just kind of play around in here. So in here, I actually ended up doubling up 2 of the same HDRIs and played with the rotation of each of those to get different things. So it's like another layer of just like experimentation. Let's try a different noise type. Ooh, that's not looking good. So this is like interesting because it looks like way more painterly, which is something that you wouldn't think that you could get from cinema. Let me just walk through some of the other ones that I did. So this one is, again, like pretty mesh gradient kind of look, very colorful. This one I really like. I mean, it looks kind of like a watercolor painting. It's really great for like abstract backgrounds to put like text over and that kind of thing, which, you know, we use that type of stuff often during branding. This one I thought was really cool. It looked like fish scales. Let's just like play around with that. But yeah, I mean, just look how crazy cool that is. I mean, I get really excited by bright colors. So, I mean, I'm wearing all black, but that's because all the colors go into my work. let's go back over here. This one's really cool. Let's actually see what happens if I bring in a different HDRI. One of the other ones that did. Whoa. I don't know if I like that. Let's try this one. Also not working. Oh, that's why. All right, so this one's like more blue. Let's bring the saturation down a little bit. So, yeah, whoa. Undo. But, I mean, that looks like a really cool, like, kind of pearlescent look. Get some nice hits of orange there. But yeah, like you can do so many different variations with this in like such a short period of time. So this is really great for like building out, I don't know, a layout design or, you know, stuff that you might need for a brand. Ooh. So this was, I thought this one was really cool. Oh, where are we? There we go. This one was really cool. It looked kind of like an abstract, like rave landform. I don't know. Very cool abstract stuff. This one was one of my favorites. It kind of looked like a sunset on water kind of thing. Very different vibe from some of the other stuff. Super cool, kind of like geometric kind of shapes. But I'm actually going to go and move into my third segment, which is holographic iridescent crystal goodness. And I'm going to show you guys the initial setup for this. It is still pulling from similar things, and going to walk through how to get this look. So honestly, it's kind of one of those things where you set this up and then you throw anything in there and it just like immediately looks like yassified. So let's go ahead and show you how I made this frame here. All right, so this is starting off at pretty much a blank scene. But we still have our HDRIs that we had been using for some of the other demos. So just going to actually bring in a platonic. Bring this a little bit closer to camera. And so this frame is actually using kind of like a glass material with the HDRI that we had been making reflected onto it. So I'm going to just make a really quick glass material, and I did that by just going into materials in Redshift and Redshift material. And honestly, you can just like glass. It is glass. And throw that on there. I just have a regular, you know, outdoor HDRI in there just for now, just so we can see what's happening. And it's kind of a similar thing with metal and glass, is that you kind of need those like beveled edges for the light to catch onto. So I'm going to bring in a bevel for that. Then so starting to see something a little bit more interesting, but we're actually going to go back into this material that we made, just the default glass one, and we're going to mess with the IOR and just like bring that up a little bit in the reflection and in the refraction. So bring that in. So now you're starting to see a little bit more detail that's happening here. And I think for this one, I actually wanted to make it kind of a pinkish color. Okay, so now we have our material, and this is kind of where the magic of the HDRI comes in. So now you start to get that kind of like crazy, colorful glass look. And a lot of the magic of this technique comes from actually bloom. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that on over here. So immediately that starts to look like super cyberpunk, like super cool. Oh, actually, let me close that. Boop. If it'll let me grab this. All right. All right, so this is already looking super cyberpunk and cool. I prepped some materials here beforehand to kind of like show how this material looks on all of those things. Drag this over here. All right. And just going to turn that on. So these are just a bunch of random materials, and this technique looks better with the more kind of complicated geometry you have. So here are just some things kind of showcasing that, from simple to a little bit more complicated. Here's like a more geometric example. Honestly, it's an air conditioning unit, but this is an example of something that's a little bit more organic. But yeah, this one, if we change the HDRI, let's just take a snapshot of this. You can change the look pretty easily. So this is just a blue one. That we made. So this is ultimately the look I landed on for the frame that I showed earlier. I kind of like the mix of like the blue and the pink reflections on this, and I don't know, it just looks really ethereal and just not really sure what it is, but yeah. So now I'm going to go and walk through how I made the flower for this frame, and it's actually pretty simple. Just going to start off with a plane here, and then I'm going to throw it in a symmetry object. And let's look at it from the top view. And actually want to shorten it. Nope, wrong way. Let's do 100. So what we're building now is we're essentially building the petals. So since it's in a symmetry object, I kind of want to offset it half of this width here. So let's do -50. So the symmetry object is filling in the other side. And we actually want to make this editable because we're going to, actually, before I do that, I'm going to reduce all of these segments to 1. So we have kind of a clean geometry to work with. Press C to make that editable. And now I'm going to just start roughing out the basic shape of a petal. And kind of move this out a little bit. And then petals kind of have that like little lip at the bottom. I don't know what to call it, but kind of goes in a little bit. Like it's where it attaches to the, I guess, the base of the flower, I guess you can say. This kind of looks more like a leaf. Let's make it a little bit skinnier. All right. So if we look now, that has the general shape of a leaf, right? And this is obviously like really rigid, and petals don't look like that. So let's throw it into a subdivision surface. And that should smooth things out. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, you know what? It's because when we go into the symmetry object, you want to turn on weld, and hopefully that fixes it. That did not fix it. To be quite honest, I don't know why that's not working, but that's okay because I have this backup one. Let's see if this wants to work for us now. Well, that's really strange. All right, well, you can kind of see what it's theoretically supposed to be doing here. I ended up just kind of using a Mohs spline, so I can actually walk you through that at least, what I did. There we go. Okay. Turn this off. So here you can see the Mohs spline, and I just went in here, adjusted this angle to 360 to kind of give it a more circular shape, because when you bring it in by default, whoop, let's do that. It's just a line, right? And then you want to up the segments. That's just like how many lines that you're going to have. Let's do 6. And then this will make it more of the round flower object that, you know, we're used to seeing. And then from here, this kind of mimics the way a flower would open and close. So what I ended up doing was that petal that would not model for me, I essentially put a spline wrap onto that and mapped it onto each individual Mohs spline. So see if I turn that back on, if I can show you a little bit. So you can kind of see here what's happening. But, you know, most flowers, or I guess the flower that I was going for, the Chrysanthemum, has way more petals than this. So I ended up putting it into a cloner. And then I set it to radial, but I set the radius to 0 because I don't want it to, like, do that, essentially. So the radius is 0, and then, so it's essentially just cloning kind of on top of itself. And then we would want to go back here into the Mohs spline and adjust some of these values. Actually, let me see. Duplicate that. All right. All right, so now we can go in and adjust this bend here. For some reason, it's not showing up here, but you can see it in the render view, so I guess that's fine enough. You can see there, you can adjust the twist of the petals and bend it. So when we drop this into a cloner, and set that to radial. So you can see it starts to like do all of that. We don't want that. Let's see if it'll work for me. There we go. There we go. I don't know what I did, but it started to work now. But you see, it's kind of just like cloning on top of itself, and that doesn't look like a flower. So we want to go back into this Mo spline that we spline wrapped onto and just kind of do some adjustments like this. Uh-oh. That's not working for me. Oh, you know what? Let's try that. Honestly, guys, I think I'm having some technical difficulties here. I'm not quite sure why I can't get it set up, but here is the original model that I did. And as you can see, here's our plane with the spline wrap going to this Mo spline here. I added a couple of displacers so it just like it wouldn't be so like even, because that's not what flowers look like. So just to kind of make it feel a little bit more organic, I did add a cloth surface just to give it a little bit more like dimension to it, and ended up adding this random effector too, just to add another layer of just organicness to this. So I'm gonna go ahead and just like move over into this demo right here. And so that's essentially the flower. That's how I made the petals at least. And the rest of it is like pretty similar too. Like if you look here at this base, it's essentially the same thing as this petals, but I just like didn't add the cloner in, and I added kind of more of a roughed out material that's like less translucent. For this stem part, I also used a Mo spline, but then I did a spline wrap with a cylinder, and I just left it at one segment rather than like the 5 that we did for the petals. Then I ended up using the same model that we made for the flower and cloned that along that cylinder. So all pretty simple techniques, similar techniques to build the whole thing, really. And this one here, let's see. I just played with the bend to kind of get it to feel like more of a closed bud rather than an open flower. And that's just the bend here. So you can see like how easily this would be to animate, and pretty, generally realistically without going into like crazy simulations of like a flower opening, right? But yeah, and then that's pretty much it. As you can see, it's like the same base foundational technique of custom HDRIs kind of used throughout all 3 of these projects. And you get some pretty crazy different results. Like for me at least, it's not clearly obvious that this has the same setup as like something like this. But yeah, all super simple setups. Hopefully you learned something new today. If in the very least, make something cool from inspiration. But yeah, thank you.
Great job, Sam. I would say a great round of applause, but you already did that, so thank you. Thank you, audience, for your full participation. Any questions? We do have a couple moments, a couple minute or two for Sam. Any questions? Well, great job. They have no questions. That means you did good enough for them to follow along.
I hope so.
Sam will be at our Dell partner station for the next hour, so if you do have any questions, you'll be able to speak to her one-on-one directly, and we'll have a machine there. We can go through everything. But stay tuned for all of you ZBrush lovers, and if you're hungry, it's about lunchtime. Patrick 4D will feed you with his 3D. Yeah, that's a thing. All right, we'll see you right after the break. Thank you, Internet. Stay tuned.
Check out these rims. Let's go deep.
and that's why you should never do that again. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Maxon booth here at SIGGRAPH 2024, Denver, Colorado. I'm your host, Matthias, a.k.a. Major VFX on all the socials, and I'm accompanied by some of the world's leading artists showcasing how they use Maxon 1 in their workflow to create some of the most beautiful, stunning imagery you'll see on any screen. To my left, a longtime presenter, amazing member of the community who creates some of the most captivating imagery when it comes to all things food. So if you guys haven't had lunch yet, I'm sorry, you're about to get really hungry. Let's give a big, warm Maxon welcome to Patrick 4D.
Appreciate that, guys. What's going on? My name is Patrick Foley, or Patrick 4D, as you might know me on social media. I'm a 3D artist or digital chef from Atlanta, Georgia. And my work primarily goes in the food and product space, and the photorealistic side. And so I've been doing this thing, which actually started on Instagram, was making all these different types of renders. I can show you. This is kind of where I base my stuff out of in Atlanta. Most of you guys from social media are used to this view from the beginning shots. But my career actually began in the film world. So I was a director of photography. I went to school at SCAD Atlanta for film. And so these are just some stills from different like music videos, some different productions. So I was already like familiar with camera, lighting, setting up the scene, composition, all these things before I got to the 3D world. Which is kind of why when I didn't know how to model anything or really sculpt or anything, my work started looking like this. So I had like this lighting, composition, and like kind of photorealism to my work, but I didn't know how to like sculpt or do anything else. So they look kind of cool, and this was actually the work I was mostly attracted to at the beginning. I thought all I wanted to do was make stuff that didn't look possible, but it was photorealistic and it looked abstract and trippy, and so that's kind of how that started. Soon I began looking at kind of hard surface modeling stuff in Cinema 4D. This control was made 100% with the volume mesher and modeler in Cinema 4D when those tools came out. So I started learning a little bit of modeling, starting from Boolean, adding shapes together, and then we quickly progressed to a crazy different side of this stuff. Once I realized I've kind of plateaued, I was like, okay, I got to learn how to sculpt to some degree. So that's when ZBrush was beginning to take an effect. I opened that up. I originally quit after like a few months, took like a 6-month break because I was like kind of discouraged, and immediately came back and started very small. I think a lot of the people that open up ZBrush for the first time try to make stuff that are like at the top level, like focus on the wrinkles, everything, and they're kind of like getting overwhelmed. So I started really simple. I was doing like Powerpuff Girls, very simple shapes. And eventually, I guess we got here. I don't know what was going on here. This was the Bosch series. It was kind of like, where are these cartoon characters that we grew up with? Where are they now? And this is kind of like what they're looking like. They're not doing too well. And we went far with this series. We we destroyed Meg Griffin over here. Unfortunately, we got Eric Cartman. That's what he looks like now, and Jimmy Neutron. It was just like, I had a obsession with trying to make these like photorealistic skin textures, and like, let's see, they need to hit like a dermatologist or something. We got wild with it. So from this series, once I had a lot of fun making these characters, and people on social media had a liking to these, I was like, okay, well, what if we made like some of the cartoon foods that we saw come to life? So that's where we get the Homer Simpson donut. I was like testing around with the Patty Wagon from SpongeBob. We had Purple Flurp here from Jimmy Neutron. And again, it was just like, I always wanted to try like Krabby Patties or like these things that we grew up watching. What would that look like inspired in real life? And because of this, I was like, okay, I feel like this stuff looks tasty. What if we just kept it going? And we just started making like real food. So I had fun with just combining different foods together. You got the McDonald's fries here. We got some like peanut M&Ms. This one on the right, I was like, what if we mixed like a Tootsie Pop with like sour Skittles? What would that look like? I continued on this wave of food. We got some ramen. We got like a Philly cheesesteak over there. Actually, no, it's an Italian beef, I think, from Chicago. And then we got some Kit Kat. And again, this thing that used to be like this series became my whole niche. So at this point, I've only been doing food for 3 whole years, pretty much nothing else. And it's led to cool series within the food world. Like, what if Louis Vuitton came out with like cookies? Or what if Michael Kors collabed with like M&Ms? Or Chanel, what if they made cookies or something like that? And it really let me explore deeper with like the lighting, and the textures within all these foods, and a lot of it had to do with ZBrush. I was making all these things from scratch, and yeah, to this day I've not used any kind of like photo scan type things in my workflow. It's all just been making the stuff from scratch in ZBrush. There's some like Panda Express stuff. Again, all in ZBrush. We have some realistic tacos. We got some like Buffalo Wild Wing stuff going on. This is a recent one I did. There was like a Kit Kat, like a fruity edition that really let us explore the textures with all these different works here. And yeah, just some different works I can flush through for a second. Had some experiments with rice. Again, we got some Nanomesh. We'll actually be doing a little bit of this stuff later in this presentation. This was another series I did. We were taking different global dishes from different national countries. And we got the Pakistani biryani here. And these are foods that you don't normally think of, like when you think of like, you know, big brand stuff. But I was like, I've pretty much done all that stuff already. How can we like push the limits here and make things that don't even look like pure and like perfect? And just kind of mixed all these different textures together. And through that, pretty much all my scenes I light with one of these packs. I've released a few HDRI packs in the past. You can find them at p4d.store. And again, every single one of my renders that you guys might have seen, I'm using one of these things. And so those are, I guess, my handles here. And like I said, all my work at this point is kind of done on Instagram that you've probably seen. So I'll make one reel a day for the most part, where I'll show a little bit of the process and then show like the final outcome. So I'll play a little bit of a reel real quick so you guys can see.
Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook.
Okay, so that's kind of, appreciate that. I'll close that there. So I guess today that'll be a good segue to show, I guess, what we'll be making. So I thought it'd be fun to create from scratch some sort of ramen dish like this all in ZBrush. And like I said, because we're doing food, and I've been doing that pretty much specifically for the past 3 years, I found really interesting, quick ways to make things that look like it takes a long time. So that's, we're actually, when I say we're going to make this whole bowl of ramen, including the noodles, from really just the geometry of the bowl, that's what we're going to do. And let's kind of get into ZBrush here. It's a different project. Let's go. And I think this, yeah, something like this. So this is kind of what we're going for here. We got the bowl, we have the broth, the noodles, and everything minus pretty much the chopsticks has to do with creating first a Dynamesh sphere, and the same one at that. So I guess let's start here with a sphere. Let me turn on these wireframe here. And so we have a Dynamesh sphere. The guys on Discord, shout out to the Discord, know that I pretty much start with a sphere every single one of my renders. Doesn't matter what we're making. So we're going to start here, and this will be our bowl. So let's go and hold Control-Shift. I'm going to grab a trim curve. We're going to hit like the bottom of this and chop it off. Again, you can see the bottom of the shadow there is what we're chopping off. Boom. And because of that, it creates a poly group, which is good. And every time you trim something, it's going to create a new poly group. So we're going to go here and drag right. You can kind of see where the bowl is taking form here. So we have a yellow poly group, kind of a greenish tint one and a red one. And the good thing about polygroups is you can isolate these now. So you can go Control-Shift. Let's go back to our Select Rect. Control-Shift-Tap here. And then when we're on this mode here, you can see all we have selected is this polygroup, nothing else. We're going to go Control-Shift-Drag to invert that selection, and then Delete Hidden. You can find this in Geometry, Modify Topology, and Delete Hidden should be somewhere right. There you go, thank you, appreciate it, there it is. Once we have that deleted, you can kind of see this bowl shape here. What we're going to do now, because we have polygroups and this general shape with no inside geometry, we're going to go to Geometry, ZBrush, Half, Keep Groups, which will tell ZBrush to keep the polygroups there. And that'll be good. Let's remesh this. Looking much cleaner. There we go. Do it a couple more times here, maybe. Looking good. And, you know, ramen bowl, this kind of looks more like a cereal bowl. Let's kind of go for more of a ramen bowl. Easy enough. Let's open up our properties here. Customize this gear. Taper. And you can see you can really change the shape of this bowl like this. So I think something fancy might look like this for the ramen. Okay, that's really wide. Maybe go a little bit down. Like this maybe. And you can change how it bends too. You can say you want to bevel out. And I'm thinking maybe a little bit like something like that. Looks good. So let's hit the gear and go accept. But again, all we have is this like invisible inside. Again, ZBrush treats the topology that's not there as invisible. So we're going to go here and hit one of our favorite tools, Dynamic Subdiv, which will subdivide this mesh as a preview. So it's not actually what's going on. You can't see anything still. But we're going to go take the smoothing all the way down, which means currently it's not doing anything, but it's active. We're going to add a little bit of thickness here, and you can see now that we added that, we have some inner topology and external topology, just like that. So I think we're going to uncheck Post Subdiv, and we're going to click Apply. Now this is just like a flat bowl mesh here. And then we're actually going to activate Dynamic Subdiv again. But instead of adding thickness, we're going to add two levels of smoothing. So you can see, looks like a smooth bowl. I think for the inside, I want it to be a little bit more curved, and the outside be a little bit more harsh. This looks a little bit too easy right there. So we're going to open up our hard surface modeling tools, BZM. You can see Z Modeler. And if I do Shift-D, this will take us out of that preview mode. And again, we're going to add some edge loops here. We're going to go, I think, add one here. If you hover over an edge, you can add this, all these different levels here. You can go Insert, Single Edge Loop. So we're going to add one here, add one right here. And I think for the exterior, let's add one like right here. And now you can see the bottom very sharp. Inside's okay. Before we even apply that, though, let's isolate just this polygroup here. On the lowest subdivision, let's mask it by control tapping on the empty space. And then we're going to invert the mask. So now the only thing that you can see right here is this polygroup. Everything else is masked. We're now going to control tap and feather this all out and bring up our deformation tab here. And a lot of times, if I just want to like smooth something out really easy without getting overly complicated, let me just take the contrast and take that down. And you can see it smoothed the whole thing. Very smooth bowl on the inside now, but it keeps the outside very harsh right there. And that's exactly what we're going for. And this is your time to also add those extra like bevels if you wanted to the bowl or something. If you wanted to go to like hover over like one of the faces, Q mesh, poly loop, drag one of these out. You can see, add like a little lip if you wanted, make it fancy. I think for this we're probably good there. Looks good. Okay, and now we're actually going to solidify this geometry by going to Dynamic Subdiv, hitting Apply. We now have 3 levels of subdivision that we didn't have before. Now it's no longer a preview. It's an actual piece of geometry that you have subdivision levels on. And because we have this bowl here, we can do, you know, maybe make it a little bit taller, maybe a little lower. I think that looks decently good. And so remember I said earlier we're going to actually make these noodles and broth with the mesh of the bowl. So what do you guys think we should make first, the broth or the noodles? Is that noodles? Is that noodle? Okay, yeah, let's do noodles. Okay. So let's go draw. And first thing we're going to do, our subtool, all we have so far is this bowl. We're going to duplicate the bowl. Control-Shift-Tap on this polygroup. actually no, we're going to Control-Shift-Tab on this one. We're going to Control-Shift-S to shrink the selection, just like this. These are actually, believe it or not, this purple thing right here is going to be all the noodles. So with this being said, let's go to our lowest subdivision level, just like that. Delete all the higher topology, and delete hidden. So right now, there's no other piece of that bowl. There's nothing hidden. It's just, this is what it is. And the next thing we're going to do is separate each of these into polygroups, all these lines. So we're going to go BZM again to our hard surface tools. We're going to go polygroup, polyloop. We're going to go here, 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 and there you go. And the way you do that is you can see like it shows you which direction do you want to add the polyloop. So you kind of go a little bit over here to get those. So we have orange and purple. We're looking good. And we're going to go back to, let's go to, actually we're going to stay on our Z modeler tools. We want to get rid of one of these lines. So it's either going to be the orange or the purple. Let's just get rid of the purple. Let's go and hover over one of the purple faces. Let's go delete and polygroup all. It's going to say everything that has this polygroup we're going to get rid of. Just like that. Now you can kind of see almost looking like noodles a little bit, but we got some work to do. Noodles are not perfectly circular, and they have an opening. So we're going to delete. We're going to go to our middle thread here, and let's go delete single poly. So I'll like here, maybe here. We're just going to pick random pieces of each of these flat noodles, just like this. Boom. One more, right. Let's go here. All right, so now this kind of looks like a maze. You're like, what's going on here? How are these noodles? We're going to use our friend, the dynamic subdiv again, and add some thickness, just like this. Uncheck post subdiv. Looks a little bit weirder, not quite noodles. We'll add one segment here. And we're going to change the offset so they're kind of bulging out a little bit more, just like this. Now these look like really thick noodles here. So we're going to go to our deformation tools again real quick and take the contrast down just a little bit. Starting to look a little bit more noodle-esque. It's going to compromise here with our thickness. Take these down. Yeah, maybe take one of those segments out. This is starting to look kind of like noodles. And once we have this, we're going to go BTA, which will put us in our cloth transpose tool. And now this is the fun part. What we can do, you can just start going dynamics. Let's say allow self-collision. Let's take the firmness down to 3. And you can see when we drag this down, you're like making these noodles out of thin air just like this. So it's like a really organic way to make all these. And sometimes I'll even go drag this, make a few different iterations of these. Unmask. Oops. And do this. And you can see it looks like ramen pretty early in when you start messing inside. And you can have fun with this too, because if we add collision volume, it'll actually interact with the bowl too. So watch, it'll interact with the bowl. It will literally start acting like these real noodles that are falling into the bowl. You can even do a little simulation. It'll drop just like that. And so there's infinite. You can see, like, I didn't have to like hand make each one of these noodles and like have my way with all of them. Let's go over here, just like this. I usually kind of collide them together and bring them back out like this, and then I'm like, okay, that looks kind of cool. You want it to look really organic. I feel like in the food world we call it flawsome, flawed, but like awesome. That's kind of what you're going for, just like this. And once we have, they usually end up having some sort of circle or something in the middle. And the nice thing about this, because this is still in this mode, this is not actually here yet. So if we use something like a BMT or transpose or move topology tool, with this enabled, you can have individual selection over each of these noodles and kind of just drag these wherever you want. Just like this. And it runs really fast because it's really low poly right now. This is not actually here. So I'm just going to bring this stuff over here. And just cover this stuff up. Pretty easy. It doesn't have to be too methodical. Just like this. And again, we still have the same tools we had before. I have this like custom menu I've made before. It's just going back to the deformation tab. Essentially, I've hand placed some of these things like contrast. Can make them bigger, make them smaller, flat noodles. And once we're happy with something like this, And again, this is also where you're going to change whether they're like really squiggly ramen noodles or really fat, like large curves by going into dynamics, firmness. So if this were like really high to something like 5, they're going to be really, like if you're doing something like a pad thai or something, versus something that's really low, like a 2, it's going to be acting more so like ramen or something like that. So we got some noodles there. Let's start making the broth. We're going to actually do the same thing we did before and duplicate the bowl we had. Or actually, I'm sorry, before that, let's make this a real thing. Let's apply this mesh. Now we have 3 subdivision levels, so you can actually go to the lowest and then go to the highest. And now that we're here, you can actually go to the lowest subdivision, and if you wanted them to be really fat noodles, let's inflate. And now you got like these really crazy like soba noodles or something like that. So let's go back, make them a little bit more like ramen. And we have all the flexibility in the world. We can duplicate these. Let's go back to our regular transpose tool. Maybe just rotate these. And you can't even tell I just like rotated it. It just looked like a different pair. And maybe if they got a little bit smaller, inflate a little bit, just like this. So we got a bunch of noodles here. We didn't have to use real simulation or anything like that. Very fast. We're going to take this bowl, duplicate it, like I said. We're going to make the broth. So same kind of basic principle that we had last time. We're going to take this one and actually grow the selection until we're happy. Imagine this being the line of the broth. So we're going to keep doing this until we're like, okay, that's probably the level of the broth we want. Here, maybe shrink it. So this is Control-Shift-X or S. And this is only available if you're like selecting something. So let's say, let's maybe start with that. Cool. And once we're happy with that, we're actually going to keep it at the highest subdivision level, delete the lower, because we want this to conform to the bowl as much as we can. So we're actually going to, the next thing, we're going to go to, where is it? I think it's called visibility. Or no, not visibility. It's the polygroups. Yeah, well, either way, we're actually going to go and flip the normals, just like this. So now you can see we're seeing the outside, not the inside. Again, the inside is invisible. And we're going to delete the hidden. So again, that is in geometry. Modified topology, delete hidden. And then when we have all those deleted, we just have this. We're going to close holes. And we have our broth, per se. Once you have the broth, it's easy, just a quick remesh. Let's keep the groups. And again, for something like this, we're going to go to our ZRemesher, keep groups, half, and smooth groups 0, because we want to keep the formation of the bowl again, just like this. We just want to fix this topology up here. There we go. And if we add a little bit of like dynamic subdiv, we got something there to work with. And this is where you can also go to like a thick skin clay brush or something. And with dynamic subdiv activated, you can add like some ripples in this stuff, or kind of do something that makes it stand out, maybe smooth it a little bit, make it not look too perfect, something like that. And then you can take some of these noodles. Again, we have 2 of these versions now, and if you want them to be a little bit more raised, all you got to really do, let's center this axis, is raise them or lower them, and it looks like the broth is higher or lower. Something like this. And then something else that's nice with ramen is like one of those like those soft-boiled eggs that you throw in those things. So I thought maybe we can whip one of those up. Let's go to a, what do you call it? Insert. Let's go sphere. Go to solo mode here. Eggs, I feel like they're kind of shaped like this. Let's go to the gear, taper. Something like this. I feel like they're not too pointy. Something like this right there. And then we're actually going to accept this. This is a massive egg. We will make this smaller in a second. We're going to go Shift, Control, and trim curve. We're going to trim half of this. Actually, let's do the other half. Something like this. So now we have 2 polygroups again. Again, think soft-boiled egg. We're going to make a runny yolk in the middle. So we're actually going to Control-Shift-Tap here. And then we're going to slice a circle. The slice tool is allowing you to not cut anything off, but just add a polygroup somewhere. So it's slice circle here, just like this. Doesn't have to be too perfect. Another reason I like food is because nothing's like totally perfect. So maybe something like this. Re-enable this. Maybe we can change the color of this one so we don't get confused. And they're going to, let's actually do half keep groups. Something like this. So now we got much better topology. Let's go and add a couple subdivisions, control. Select this area right here. Invert the selection. And something like a inflate balloon. Something like that. And then we're going to have this selection masked. And then we're going to go, let's maybe do a subtool, extract, right here. And now we have just a separate mesh, separate subtool, this middle yoke part. We're going to control here, invert this selection, and inflate balloon. Like here. Doesn't matter if it looks kind of crazy now. It all looks a little bit better in a little bit. Let's inflate it a few times. And we're going to subdivide, or not subdivide, let's go and ZBrush this by half. Keep doing that a few times. And this is where we have control over some of these like folds you might get from these eggs. There we go. And we get all like B, C, cloth nudge or something like that, and add some like quick little cloth folds or something like this. Something that gives you some kind of organicness in this egg. And these folds actually get affected by this firmness here. So if I drag this all the way up, it gets much more organic. Like maybe like this looks like there's a, you could pop this pretty easily. And sometimes I do just little things like that to make it look a little bit more organic. Something like that. And a lot of this has to do with later on when you're applying some texture or something like that. Make it a little bit more organic. Maybe take like an H-polish brush. Oops. So you got these little deformations happening here. Nothing's perfect. And then to select multiple subtools at once, you can just bring up these tools here. Hit this button that says Transpose all selected subtools. Actually, let me unmask that. And when you Control-Shift and go to your selection tool, you just Control-Shift drag. Now everything else you cannot move. I'm going to take this down. Maybe place this somewhere in the ramen bowl. Still a very big egg. Maybe something like this. And again, not to worry because of how we made the noodles. Even if we're running into them and it's looking kind of weird, a little bit sus, just like this. We're going to uncheck that. Of course, we got a noodle wrapping up inside of this egg, but we're just going to select the one here by controlling or alt tapping, going to our lowest subdivision level. Another good reason that we have this, and just move this out of the way. And we're not going to have anything running into this thing anymore. Just like that. And if you have stuff kind of going on here, just give it a quick like inflate maybe. That helps it just a little bit. Maybe smooth this a little bit. And now we can actually, I feel like with these dishes, a lot of times we have like scattered green onions throughout this thing. So similar to Cinema 4D's cloner system, we have this thing called Nanomesh in ZBrush. And I've been using this more and more to scatter things that I want to scatter. So for instance, let me go and grab, trying to think how I want to do this. We could do Nanomesh, or we could actually make a separate insert mesh brush, which is another way of doing it. Let's actually go to a different tool here. Let's grab our cylinder to make a green onion. We're going to go to make PolyMesh 3D. Now you can kind of mess with this stuff. What's up, puppy? Okay. And now we're going to separate these things. We only want the ring here, so we're going to go to Group by Normals, which is also in the Polygroups tab. We're going to Control-Shift tap here. We're going to delete hidden and add a little bit of dynamic subdiv thickness right here, just like this. And we're going to go BTA, kind of like what we were doing last time, and add a little bit of transpose onto this onion, this green onion here. So we can kind of like mess with this here. Looks kind of cool. Maybe bend it like this. You want it to look pretty organic. Let me go back to maybe firmness of 5. So it kind of pops up. This looks like something you might find in there. They're never perfect. Let me go to my regular transpose, make it a little bit smaller. Something like that. Cool. So now we're going to go and apply this. Go to our second subdivision level, delete higher and lower. This will give us a base. So again, if you wanted to texture these, there are separate texture tags as well if you want to put in totally different textures on there. So let's go to something like this angle. Again, when we make an insert mesh brush, the angle that we're looking at is the angle it'll be created from. So let's go B, create insert mesh, new. And then let's go to our ramen bowl here. Yeah, there we go. Is that the right bowl? I think so. Okay. And now that we have all this stuff here, any topology that it senses, you'll be able to drag this stuff out. The only catch is you can't have any subdivision levels on this stuff. So let's go to like right here, something like this, and then go back to this tool, insert mesh, and we can start drawing all of these green onions wherever we want into the scene. A lot of control. Again, each one has like a separate poly group. Maybe drag one on the over here. And you have a ton of control. This is for if you want to more so hand place. Again, my work that I do, I hardly ever animate. So all this stuff is just going to be like hero shots for packaging and designs like that. So it's fine for me to not even have, like I want like full control of exactly where all these go. And while you're dragging, you can hold down spacebar and move them even further. Just like this. And not to worry, if you still want to move this stuff, you can go BMT. And if I learned this so late in the game, if I go to the smallest draw size, it won't actually mess them up. It'll move them in its entirety without actually deforming them. So it's a great tool to kind of move different elements that are in the same subtool, just like that. There we go. And then let's add some chopsticks or something like that. Throw that in here. I feel like I've made so many of these throughout the years at this point. Typically, we'll go insert cube, very simple. Let's actually group these by normal. So each side has a totally different poly group. We're going to go to our transpose tool, drag this up, scale down, drag this up, scale down. Let's maybe go over here. And I usually just kind of eyeball it. I feel like that is just totally fine for this purpose. Is that like the general size? I feel like that's like general the size. So again, you want a cleaner topology than this when you're going to be using like dynamic subdiv. So let's go ZBrush, half, keep groups, detect edges, and smooth groups down to 0. And now you get like these perfectly separated poly groups that are all even. And from here, let's go to the gear, taper, bring this down, something like that. Maybe bring this up a tiny bit. And let's hit the gear icon again, accept. And now when we add, again, I think because we had our, what do you call it? Yeah, because we had our detect edges on, it creates creases around all these poly groups. So we're actually going to want to uncrease all, and then dynamic subdiv. And then flat subdiv will give you a nice even fall off for all of these. So you have very easy fall offs even down to the very top. And because it's in the same subtool and this is still in like a dynamic subdiv mode, let's just place this real quick. Let's like drag the here. And this is where you're really going to see whether it's like the correct size that you made. You drag it down. Let's maybe refinesse this edge here. Control drag to make another one. Just like that. And then once we have both of these, they're all, again, in the same poly group. Let's just drag this axis generally to the center and rotate it so it's not conflicting with the egg as much. Just like that. And once we have these there, you can hit apply, and you have 4 different subdivision levels for these if you wanted to change something like that. And that's kind of how I went about this stuff here, and that's how, you know, we got to this level like this. It's pretty much the same exact bowl I made here. And this, when I was rendering it out, I used just pretty much one, what do you call it, HDRI that I shot, and one massive area light, or one HDRI that I shot, and one massive area light kind of placed in the kind of overhead to the left. And I can show you that here. This was the Cinema 4D file for that. This is essentially just a floating bowl with the same thing we just made. And I have 4 very basic octane textures for this. And again, the lighting real quick, I can show you. I feel like once I hop into Cinema, I'm less comfortable with like one of these guys, so I'm going to go back to my mouse. And you can see, I think we have, one area light that's kind of giving you sort of a rim light back here. So if I turn this off, let me render this here. Okay, so it was given a decently harsh kind of area light there. And if I turn the HDRI off, we get nothing. And in Octane, this is, again, one of my, I wonder if I can show you the HDRI. You can kind of see it over there. This is actually, I went around a ton of different parking garages. Fun fact, if you want something that gives you a very nice HDRI with a lot of contrast, parking garages. You can see like in the middle here, it gets really dark because it's the outside, but then there are usually like a ton of windows or bright areas outside that give you essentially mimicking like studio lighting. And if you don't have something like a chrome ball, it doesn't really matter. So we're just going to bump up this exposure here. I think I had it at like 60 or something. Just like that. And then we're going to turn on this Octane light. And you can see, I'm going to start dragging on these textures, which when I say simple, very, very simple. So again, it just goes to show how important the lighting actually is for these. I think a lot of people have this misconception that it's all in the texturing, and it's really, you can see just with a basic kind of texture slapped on here, I'm going to just do that to all of these. I think these were like black chopsticks at the time. Boom. I got the broth here. Oh wait, that's the bowl. Let's get the broth here. Hopefully I can select this right. There we go. Some of the noodles. There we go. And I think the green onions, where are those? Boom. Oh, it looks like one of these are not being detected. I guess we can just take this out. Oh, wait. Yeah, let's take this out. There we go. But you can see a lot of subsurface scattering, at least for these green onions. This was the structure. This is really the only thing in this render that had anything to do with a anything more than just like a basic like material there. So a couple multiply nodes. We don't even need this one. We got your base color here, and then a dirt node is similar to like an occlusion node in other programs, where it can, anything that it's running against or really sharp edges, you can change those colors. I think I just have like a darker green for these. But you can see, if I go to like this closer up angle, most of it is either in the lighting or, you know, the Octane camera settings. And recently Octane's added this really cool chromatic aberration stuff where you can just go to the lens effects, some cool chromatic aberration. But that's pretty much it. That is the to the extent of that. I also brought a couple other like project files, especially in ZBrush, that I want to kind of go over. One of my recent posts was actually, let me see, let me go to this. Yeah, there we go. This was a steak tartare that I made very recently. Again, all kind of sculpted in ZBrush. We had some bread there. And a lot of this detail was sculpted in there. And this was, typically for these renders, this was about like hour and a half, 2 hours. And you can see if I go to this. I think I have this project file open. This was kind of what this looked like. Again, I make these in Discord every single morning, pretty much. And you can see this one was a fun one. I wanted to kind of go over this, how to go over this. This is essentially started into a nanomesh, projecting these all onto these like cylindrical pieces, a very simple cylindrical piece. And then I like baked them down, dynameshed. And when you do that, you get all these different polygroups here. So you can like select, you can see if I solve this out, they're all just different polygroups. And the thing with different polygroups, especially in a situation like this, you can go and mask by feature, and you can see right here it's masking by all of these different polygroups. So that when you grow this mask, you can like inflate, you can take stuff out, you can make this stuff, you know, really gooey, or you can just like take the contrast all the way down like this, but it doesn't affect the initial piece of that mesh. So you get this like really organic thing every single time. And so all that was like a nanomesh, and just bake that all down just like that. We kind of made a yoke before, so you guys kind of get that. And something like this, it was a mask that I extruded that once you're in this phase, something I like a lot is like a BTS, which is a thick skin clay brush. So if I go to transpose cloth, it can give you really nice, like, kind of like organic, and let me delete these subdivisions. It's a very organic kind of switch to this mesh. And that's how I make a lot of like mashed potatoes or different things with like chocolate. And then we can like smooth this stuff out and kind of get like a heavy middle ground there. But essentially, I think that's for the most part it. I brought like a couple different ones. This is a recent dish I made before. This was a fun one. It was like a scallop fancy dish with like a fancy orange garnish on there with another ZBrush garnish made of some sort of like fried material. Sometimes I like to incorporate these logos in there. And I guess the only main crazy thing I did here was like, in Nanomesh, the thing I love the most is that when you're projecting all these spheres on there, this actually is physical geometry, but if I go and switch this to right here, this is the Nanomesh version. And the thing I love about Nanomesh is because it's projecting onto this surface, you can see right there. Let's make the surface invisible, and whenever I drag this surface out, you would think that it's going to distort all these spheres, but it actually just places them and replaces them on that surface. So I can move this stuff. It's always going to look organic without like messing up where the spheres are actually kind of placed. So you can see it follows the geometry. We have a bunch of these randomized, so we can random the seed here. And then once you bake them down, you have all that extra control. Let's bake this down by going inventory, 1 to mesh. And you can see this is what we got now. So if we solo this, Control-Shift tap on the green, let's invert that and delete hidden. And now when you do something like a auto groups in the polygroup tab, it gives you different colors for all these. So you can isolate them if you wanted to get rid of a couple. Or like we had before with the smallest draw size, you can move them one by one now without distorting them. Versus before we were moving all of them kind of at once, just like that. So I'm kind of using all these different types of tools every single day for different dishes that I make pretty much every morning. And this leads to a lot of client work in the food and beverage industry. And like I said before, I've never actually pitched to a client in the food space. It's because of the stuff like Instagram and me being so consistent, making reels every day. You know, typical client projects start off with like I got like an email from a agency, and they're like, hey, we've been following your work for a while. I'm a creative director. We got this project from Pop-Tarts. Think you'd be great for it. Let's go. And so that's kind of my pitch of the world, like making different reels every single day instead of having to like one by one reach out to different clients like that. And I think that was pretty much, for the most part, it. That is just how I do this stuff, the food stuff every day.
Awesome. Let's give Patrick a big round of applause here.
Appreciate it.
All right. Nice. All right. So good news is we do have a couple minutes. If you do have questions for Patrick, now would be a great time. He's here. He has his files open. He's in front of his screen. There he is. Louis, what you got?
That's the caviar?
Yeah, you want to the circle select?
Oh, okay.
So yeah, how did you change it to a more oblong shape? With the
Oh, like the egg? That.
The selection.
The selection.
Itself. Do you remember what you did?
The circle select.
So you made a mask that was a circle, and then you elongated it. Elongated the selection. Do you remember doing that? He doesn't remember doing that.
I kind of just blacked out. Let me.
He's just
in this one right here. First one. This one? Oh, for the egg. Oh, are you talking about when I was here and I did like a slice circle and I went like this? Yeah. I think it's all
modifier key?
No, it's literally just Control Shift and you can just go like this, and if you wanted it to remain consistent, I think you can also go here and go square and it'll keep the same. So it's in the tools here. So if you take that off, you can have full range right here. I think that's what you're talking. And if you hold down spacebar while you're doing this, which I learned again late in the game, you can move this around and have all that flexibility as well.
So you did remember?
No, I didn't.
No, you
yeah,
didn't.
no,
You just
didn't.
figured it out.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
I just learned that.
Yeah, you just learned something new. All right. Any more questions for Patrick? Jen, what you got?
Yeah, for sure. That was a great question.
Onions cut a different way. How
Yes.
can you help her make those chives a little bit different, right?
Good word choice, chives. I like that word choice. That's good. Make PolyMesh 3D, again, I would separate these by the normals again. Get this out of the way, delete hidden. And then all I would actually do, let's go slice, curve. And then when we drag this out and let go of shift, we can drag this here. Boom, like this. Oops. And now we can just select this part. Delete hidden again. Elongate these. Geometry, ZBrush, half, keep groups down to 0. And then we add some thickness without the post subdiv. And when you add some of this stuff, you can really finesse it out by like throwing it into the ground. Is that kind of what you're going for? Just like that? Yeah.
She's happy with the chives. All
yeah,
right.
That'll be $50. Oh.
New cut. New cut.
Yeah.
All right. Any more questions for Patrick? Good news is if you're feeling a little shy but you get hungry later, he'll be back there at our Dell partner station for the next hour, so you can ask him any questions that you have there. So please stay tuned, folks. We're going to be right back after the next break with our next presenter, which will be Josh, who actually won the Beeple Death Match. So
that's
stay
crazy.
tuned.
Where is he? Right there, that guy.
Yeah, he's
red
there.
sweatshirt.
He's there, folks. All right.
That's the
we'll
guy
see you right
right
after the break, Internet.
Check out these rims. Let's go deep.
Okay, all right.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon of SIGGRAPH Day 2 here at the Maxon booth, where we are showcasing amazing artists and how they use Maxon 1 tools to create some of the most stunning visuals on any screen anywhere in the world. So to my left, I was happy to meet this gentleman under the most auspicious of circumstances, and that was the Beeple Death Match that happened earlier this year. I think was it March?
May.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
All right, so it just happened a little while ago. It was an amazing competition. Definitely check it out. Take a look at the Twitter threads. You can see all the entries. But this gentleman came out on top, beating even some of his own mentors. Let's give a big round of Maxon warm welcome for Josh Brockett.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I just got to thank Maxon too for bringing me out and inviting me, and yeah, let me present about something that I'm really passionate about, and that's awesome. So let's get started. This is going to be just a talk about the everyday process. So yeah, I'll explain it a little bit more a bit later. But I'm Joshua Brockett. I'm a freelance 3D artist. I do a lot of like concept art, album art, album visualizers, and stuff like that. And more of a 3D generalist. But what I'm most known for is this project I do called Everydays, which I just make a daily piece of art every day and I've been doing it for about 5 years. So that's what I'm known for. I post on Instagram a lot. And here's some of my work. These are just a few I've done recently. There's some more. And this is like the past kind of year. And then this is all of them that I've done so far. This is the first time I made some sort of collage like this for this presentation. And it's really weird to see everything that I've done. And it feels kind of small. This is like 5 years of my life. So I don't know, it feels weird, but super cool. And so why I started doing Everydays, the main reason was just to get better. I was really into film and visual effects, and I was doing a bunch of After Effects stuff, video Copilot tutorials. I'm sure a lot of people kind of went down the same kind of pipeline. And eventually I kind of heard about 3D and Cinema 4D specifically. And so just doing that, like I just wanted to get better at it. So I spent like a week learning. It was a Chris Schmidt tutorial. And I spent like a week learning all the ins and outs of cinema that I could. And then stumbled upon Everydays. And that was, Beeple was my inspiration. He's been doing them for a really long time. There's another slide that I'll get to with him. But the second reason was to get over the fear of creating. And this was really big for me because like when I was first starting out, or before I even got into 3D, I was a really creative person. Like I did a lot of like projects and like I said, After Effects stuff and video stuff. But the problem was I never put anything out, and I didn't really finish anything because I was just so like worried and caught up in my own head about making something that's good enough, or if something wasn't good, like I'd start an idea and then I would be like, this isn't going to work the way I wanted it to, and that kind of those negative thoughts really hindered me from creating. And so with the Everydays, kind of going on to the next point here, to force deadlines. You got to put something out every day, and it doesn't matter if you don't like it, it doesn't matter if you don't think it's very good. You just got to put it out. and it's really, really helpful to get over that. And then the other thing about deadlines that's really, really nice is I think it kind of forces you to work a little harder and be a little bit more focused, and also helps you get over creative block. Like there's a bunch of times where it's like 11 p.m. at night, and I just want to go to bed, but I got to do my everyday, and I'm sitting there at the blank screen, and I'm going to come up with an idea really quick because I just want to go to bed. So I'm going to start moving shapes around, coming up with some sort of composition, and yeah, it really helps for that. And then getting your work out there is also really important. Just posting it, and for the first year of Everydays that I did, pretty much only 5 people knew about it, like friends and family. And but that support that I got from them and that feedback was really important because every month or so they'd see oh yeah, you're really getting better. Like I really like that render you did, and that positive feedback is just super important as an artist. So then Beeple, like I said, he was my inspiration to start. He's been doing them for over 17 years. And then, like Matthias was saying, he hosted a digital art deathmatch in May, and I ended up winning the whole thing, which was just insane. And it was 4 rounds, judged on Twitter. Each round had a theme and a time limit, and it was all kind of centered around AI, the themes. And this is the poster for the event, and then these are the 4 pieces that I made, going from top left to bottom right. And so that was crazy. And just being able to meet all these artists, like I said, that I followed for so long and have taught me a lot of what I know, like David Ariev, EJ from iDesign, Nick Campbell, Grayscale Gorilla, Josh Pierce. I mean, so many amazing artists that I loved their work for so long, and it was just amazing to be able to meet them. And then the other reason, before I get into this, the other reason that I started Everydays and Beeple was a big inspiration was because his kind of philosophy on art, and it was a lot of just don't put art on such a high pedestal, and you just got to sit down every day and create, and that's how you're going to get better. So I'm actually going to be doing a live every day, and just a few things that I wanted to mention before I get into it. The worst thing you can do is stare at a blank screen, especially if you're doing Everydays, and you're going to hear that word a lot, so sorry. But if you're doing this kind of project, this series, time management is a really big thing. You got to somehow get it into work every single day for you. So staring at a blank screen, trying to come up with an idea for 30 minutes is really just going to hinder you. And then just classic, looking up images and references for inspiration, colors, composition, any sort of style you like, even a color scheme, a blue and white color scheme you might see, and then all of a sudden you're doing something on a beach, with white sand and a blue sky. So, and then trying not to pick too broad of an idea. It's definitely good to start with if you wanted to do a sci-fi city, that's, like I said, that's a good start, but it's better to have an idea of oh, it's going to be this big cityscape with a really long pathway through the city to a giant tower in the middle that's all lit up. That's going to give you a way better head start. Okay, so I'm going to switch over to Cinema 4D here. And I always start with a plane. I don't know why. It just feels right to me, even though we are going to be using this as our floor. But before I get started, too, I wanted to take a second and point out the content browser that's in Cinema 4D. And this is really awesome. There's so many different things in here. There's models, there's textures, there's a whole bunch of really cool stuff. There's this motion capture data, HDRIs, and then if you use Redshift, which I'm going to be using Redshift for this, there's all the models and stuff. They come in with Redshift textures already kind of there. And so you don't even have to do any texturing. It's just drag and drop. You bring these assets in, and especially if you're doing Everydays or a consistent series, you want to be really quick. And so having a good asset library is super helpful to be able to just bring things in and not have to do a bunch of the manual work. So the content browser is great. Definitely check it out. But okay, so we're going to kind of go through. I always start with like composition and assets, getting those together first. You can't really have your composition without all your assets. So, and the idea that I want to do is it's just going to be like like these like sci-fi pods, like circular pods that people can go into or something. And there's going to be like a really long line of them like, that like just extends out. It's going to be really large scale. And so that's the idea. And so first thing we're going to do is kind of start to make these pods. And all of this stuff is really simple. You know, I don't have a bunch of time here, so I'm just trying to keep things as simple as possible, and also to show you that you really don't need a bunch of like technical skill to know all the little tools and software to start making some stuff that looks really kind of interesting. So we're just going to take a sphere, and we're going to take a cylinder. And we're going to bool out the sphere with the cylinder just to create like an opening. And then I'm going to increase the segments. I apologize if I don't go through every little thing here. Most of it's really simple. It's just kind of you know, moving stuff around. But okay, so we got this. We're not going to really see inside of it, so I'm not too worried if it doesn't go all the way through. But this is just our pod. And with texturing, there's going to be a lot more additional detail to this. But one thing I wanted to add also was sort of like a little frame for the outside, just to give it something else. So we're just going to add in a torus here and shrink it down to kind of match this as best we can. And then I'm going to throw it in a atom array and change this radius down. Whoops, that's the wrong way. Something like that. And then reduce these segments so it gets more like just like a wire frame or like a metal frame, kind of like truss scaffolding look. I'm just going to line this up as best I can. And with the everydays and just like making art quickly, it's really not, you know, I consider a lot of these just like sketches. So not everything has to be perfect and like, you know, add all this super detail. You're just trying to get like a general vibe or idea, something that looks pretty cool. And so I'm not too worried if things are intersecting or anything like that. But that's fine. All right, so that's pretty much the pod. That's like the main thing we want to do. But what we want to do now is add in a cloner. And I'm going to group these together with Alt-G. And just call that pod. I'll drop that in the cloner, and I want it to be a linear in the X direction. Something like that. And then turn on render instances so there's not a bunch of geometry being cloned a bunch of times. And just do that so we have a long line of them. And then I'm just going to take this plane and expand it a little bit. Before I do anything else, I'm going to go into my render settings. And I'm going to set this ratio. This is what I usually use. It's like a vertical resolution. It's like the Instagram ratio, so this is what I mainly use when I create stuff. And then I'm going to go in, and before I open up the render viewer, I'm just going to create a Redshift camera and kind of frame up my shot here. And I like to use really long lenses. I feel like it gives it a little bit, I always go for more of like a painterly look. And so I feel like because it kind of compresses the image, it feels a little bit more painterly, a little bit less 3D. But that's all just personal preference and how you want the shot to come out. So I'm just going to frame it up, something like this. We can adjust it a little bit more later too. And save this real quick before it crashes and it's not a good time. Okay. So now that we have our composition, let me take this floor and just duplicate it out a little bit more so it covers our whole scene. All right. So now that we have our kind of our general composition that we want, now we're going to move on to texturing and lighting. So I'm going to open up the Redshift render viewer. Just place it on the side there. And then if you press Shift V, it brings up like the viewport details. And you can go into the save frames and you can adjust it so you can kind of get a better idea of how your frame is in the viewport. Let's render that out, and it's going to look pretty weird because there's no lights in here. So before I get on to the lighting, I'm just going to add one quick area light so we can see what we're doing. Just bring that up and then bring the exposure down a little bit. But okay. So now I want to texture the floor. And to do that, I will create a Redshift standard material and open up the node editor. And I have these two textures in here that I use. These are actually Beeple's textures. He released a bunch of project files, and you can download the assets and use them for free. So one of them is just this Sci-Fi Greeble texture that I use all the time. Just a bunch of little details. And then the other is just this like grungy roughness map. And we're just going to use that to add stuff into the floor, like details into the floor. So I'm going to take these two, bring them over. And this roughness map, I'm just going to plug right into the roughness channel. And then the Sci-Fi Greeble texture is going to go into the bump. But before we put it into the bump map, we actually need another node called bump map. And we need to kind of connect those two. Okay. So let me try and see what we're doing here. Okay, so the scale is really, really off. Let's go into the textures themselves and remap the scale to like 5, 5, and 5. And we'll do the same thing for the Sci-Fi Greeble stuff. Okay, so that's looking good, but now I want to kind of dial these in a little bit more. And to do that, I'm going to add a ramp node in between the roughness map and the roughness input. And that just gives us a gradient to play with for this roughness channel, because how it works is all the black values are really shiny and all the white values are super rough. So now we have this gradient. We could push this black value a lot higher, and you can see it. There's a lot more reflections in the ground. And there's some texturing issues. Like if I had more time, I would try and clean this up and make sure there's no repeating textures. But for what this is going to be, it's not a big deal. And so push those up a little, and then I'm going to bring the white value down so it's not so rough at the top. Okay. That's good. And then I'm going to rename this floor and just duplicate it and call this one pod. And I'll drop it on there. And now this is way too reflective for what I want, so I'll open up the pod texture and then go back to this ramp and bring this black value all the way back up to something like this, and this back up as well. And so now those pods are a lot more rough, but some of that detail is still there. And then for these two, I might even just use the same roughness map and plug it into the color, or the diffuse. And then add another ramp to kind of control that as well. And I don't want it so dark. So now we got some, again, there's repeating textures here, but now we got some sort of a little bit more detail just by using the same map, you know, in the roughness and the diffuse. And all the sci-fi texture stuff is there too. So I'm just going to duplicate that one more time, call this like wireframe. And I'm not even really going to mess with that. I'm just going to place it on there. And then also add our texture to the cylinder, the bool, so it's textured on the inside of those spheres as well. Okay, so we kind of got our textures. Again, you can always mess with this later. And we're going to work on the lighting now. Now, the lighting's going to be pretty simple, but I know I want to add volumetrics to this as well. So a lot of like overhead lighting I found works best. Kind of what we have now, but so I'm just going to take with this light and duplicate it. So that's kind of covered. We might not even see that far, but okay. So now, now that we have our lighting roughly where we want it, let me take these lights and raise them up, maybe. Okay, so now that we have our lights, we're going to add our Redshift environment, which is all the volumetrics and atmosphere that's going to add a lot to this scene. So we're going to add that in, and then the scattering comes in really high, so we're just going to bring that down. But you can already see what it's doing. Just adding a bunch of haze. And like I said, we want these to go off into the distance and to kind of really not even see them. Or at least see them fade off. So we want it to be really foggy. And then there's a couple things you can play with here, like the height. I always just put this really high because usually in all the scenes I do, the volume, the fog is kind of covering the whole scene. And then horizon blur, just blur out the horizon. And you can change the color of this as well, the color of the fog. But normally I just I change the color of the lights themselves. So, and we're getting some stuff here from the lights. So let me see if I can push these even higher. Just get them out of the scene. Maybe I'll raise the exposure. Okay. So it's looking good. Now I'm going to do, I want this to feel like more sci-fi. So I'm going to change the color of all these lights to something like, let me grab all of them. Like a bluish green, kind of. Something like that. And then I can adjust this light. Maybe this is a little too strong right here. Bring it over. Maybe bring it back a little. And then now I kind of want to add another focal point to this. And it's going to be at this kind of front sphere right here. So to do that, I'm just going to add another light. And rotate it this way. Shrink it down a bit. Bring that down. And then I'll change this color to something that's kind of stands out. Okay. And then, like, it's a very iterative process. Like, you know, once I get to this state, I might go, oh, the floor texture could use some work. I might mess with that a little bit more. again, the tiling issues, I'd try and go in and fix. And then maybe I might do some additions to the pod. But with the floor texture, let's go in. Let's see if we can make it a little less rough. And maybe we'll even scale this roughness map back down a little bit. And then bring back some of that roughness. All right. So then last but not least, we got to get our little scale guy in there, because you got to show the scale somehow. A lot of people, it's a pretty cheap trick, but it works really well, and I feel like there's a reason a lot of people do it, because it does work really well. So we're going to bring our human guy in there. We're just going to frame him up. And just put him like there. That's fine. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. There's a lot more that you can do. Like I said, this is a very, very simple scene. It's basically just 2 pieces of geometry, 2 textures, and just a couple lights. And you can already get something that's pretty atmospheric and interesting looking. And then you can always take this further, like with a lot of the everydays I do. If I like something, if I do something that I really like, I'll go in later and I'll work on it even more. I'll add more details. I might even turn it into an animation. So there's a bunch you can do. But then another part of the process too is like post correction or color correction. And typically I'll take it into Photoshop and I'll add grain. I'll add some other filters that I really like, some distortion maybe, just a whole bunch of stuff. I'll fix up any visual inconsistencies, like if it was taking too long in 3D. I can just kind of like paint those out. But Redshift also, in the Redshift camera, they have a really good kind of color correction to just do it in the camera before you even bring it into Photoshop. Like you can add a LUT here. You got your color controls, just like a curve. And then there's also lens effects where you can add like bloom, which I'll add a little bit of that too. Bring the threshold down. Softness up a little bit, and then turn this intensity down. And then maybe I'll go into the color correction. And I'll bring the shadows down. Control click to add a point. Bring the midtones up a little bit. And then you could play with the colors as well. Add some vignetting. But yeah, this is pretty much like the whole process. Again, I mean, I did this a little bit faster than I thought I would, but I did this very quickly. Like I said, super simple scene, and you can really just like, the important part about if you were to start like an everyday series is to really, again, time management. If you want to be consistent with it, if you don't want it to kind of negatively impact your life, you need to be able to find ways to do these quickly. And so having an idea you're going to be able to do in like 15, 20 minutes, like some days, is really important. And then, I usually use Octane as well, and I've been using Redshift a little bit more recently. And just for any Octane artists out there, it's a really easy switch or transition to pick up because there's a bunch of tutorials and tips by like Maxon and Red Giant on YouTube and like other content creators. And then also it works very similarly, and it's really just about finding the buttons that do the same thing in Octane in Redshift. So that's a really smooth transition. Let me go back to my presentation here. I feel like I kind of covered everything. Oh yeah, and then preset materials, like I mentioned with the content browser, those preset materials are a really great way to start, or like if you're trying to do something really quick. But creating your own materials like I did here is a really great way to get things to be a little bit more unique, to do kind of more fun stuff, and to stand out just a little bit more as making your own materials. And then, yeah, like I said, post work is important. Adding the bloom is really important. Any texture, trying to make things look, again, if I always try to go for like a painterly style, so I try and make things look a little bit more painterly. Or if you want to make things look more like cinematic, add a bunch of film grain, and then cleaning up any mistakes. And again, if you're starting like an everyday series, it really is super important for you to post your work. Just having that accountability and having that feedback from other people really gives you the motivation to keep going and keep creating. And yeah, it's just super important. And then the last kind of bit here is it's like totally okay to make bad art. And what I mean by that is, a lot of the everydays that I make, like I said, I treat them like sketches. And so I'm not particularly happy with a bunch of them. I think some of them look really cool, and some of them are really good. But for the most part, like, I do them in a day. I do them in like an hour or two. And so it's not really something that I spend a whole lot of time on, like refining and polishing. And some of the stuff does not turn out good. And especially when you're first starting, like, it's really hard to make things that you're happy with. But it's totally okay to still make them. Like I said, don't put art on a really high pedestal. It can be a sacred and important thing, but you can also just like create stuff for fun and make things look cool. And it's really not like something you have to stress so much about making things perfect. You can just have fun with it. And I went a little fast here, so I don't really have much more to add. Yeah.
All right, everyone, let's give Josh a big round of applause. First presentation.
Thank you.
Out there in the big world, from everydays to the main stage. Anybody have any questions for Josh on him, his process, the tools he uses, the workflows? No. Awesome. Well, you'll be able to find Josh on all of his socials. He's posting daily, so you're going to see his work. So you'll be able to find him there. Outside of that, Josh will be available at our demo station over at Dell for the next hour, closing out the show. And yeah, stay tuned because we're up next is our last presenter of the day, and you're not going to want to miss it, Anders Ram. So hang on, and we will see you after the break.
Check out these rims. Let's go deep.
That's a good one.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Maxon booth. End of day 2 here at SIGGRAPH 2024 in Denver, Colorado. I'm accompanied by some of the most amazing artists showcasing how they're using Maxon 1 in their workflows to see how they can bring to life some of the most amazing, dramatic, powerful imagery you'll see on any screen anywhere in the world. And to my left, our closer for today, Anders Ram. Please give him a big Maxon round of applause. Woo!
Thank you, thank you. Great to see you. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure.
We'll see you in a little bit. Yep. Good to go? Okay. All right. Hi, everybody out in digital land. Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining us here today. My name's Anders Ram, and I am with Raw Cereal. I'm co-founder and partner, and we are an entertainment-based creative production company. You know, most of our work is focused on concerts and touring events, installations. We do a lot of concert visuals, a lot of arch viz. You know, there's a lot at play here. You'll know our work from acts like Morgan Wallen, Megan Thee Stallion, Kid Cudi. The list goes on. We founded about 3 years ago. We're coming up on our 3rd year, and my co-founder is Court Lawrence, who sadly couldn't be here with us today. He's a stage designer by trade, production, lighting, things along those lines. And then I myself have a history in video production. I've got a background in mostly producing, creative direction, and direction. I've worked on, you know, everything from manufacturing videos to America's Got Talent to concert visuals. You know, so we're all over the board: broadcast, TV, XR, AR. I've had my hands in producing quite a few different elements across the board. A little bit about Raw Cereal. You know, we've got a deep appreciation for art forms in all flavors, and we're dedicated to philanthropic ideas, uninhibited creativity, and lifelong trust with our clients, partners, as we walk the journey of ultimate self-expression. You know, we've got a lot at play that we're really always looking to push the boundaries. And here's our tagline: a raw and serial legacy with every encounter. You could be that dancing person. And here's a quick look at our reel, just a little bite-sized look at some of our work. And we'll discuss some of this that you'll see here throughout the presentation. may see some of your favorite acts out there. All right. So, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so Cinema 4D in our pipeline. Really what we're talking about today is how we use Cinema 4D in entertainment and specifically for concert touring. You know, Cinema 4D is at the base of a lot of our work. We start all of our designs for stages in Cinema 4D, and we do a lot of animations in Cinema 4D. We use it because of its versatility, and I don't need to tell a lot of you that, but I think it is important to bring up. We also find it to be very accessible. As you're familiar, a lot of people start with start in cinema, and we can use a lot of junior talent and grow them. And we also love the integrations that it's got. We love the plugins, and generally the pipeline that's built. So, as far as bringing Cinema 4D to the stage, here's a quick look at our initial renderings for the Morgan Wallen Stadium Tour. So unlike most designers, Court Lawrence, our principal designer, starts in Cinema 4D. So often we'll start with a stage model, and then we'll build around said stage model. So basically you can see the baseline that we've got, and then we'll model out the thrust, all the lighting, and then we'll build our LED modules accordingly. So this helps us keep everything in scale. This helps us really pass things on directly to the designers or the fabrication teams, the production teams, the engineering teams who are actually going to have to build this. And then we'll also pass this on to drafts people who will take these models into Vectorworks and things along those lines, or vice versa, and kind of passing these things back and forth. So this was quite a feat for us. You know, I remember watching Court spend his time in cinema, you know, kind of drafting all these pieces, putting modules together. And you know, when he first came up with this design, I thought to myself, like, this is pretty wild. Are you sure we can do this? It looks a little too big. It's kind of hard to tell how big the scale is. But we really did end up building it. You'll see some more of that later on in the presentation. Here's another example of a recent stage. Now, this one we did not design. Shout out to Sooner Ruthier and Curtis Adams and Trevor Allstrand with the Playground. But we wanted to share this because we thought it was a really interesting example of screen setups. And you can see we've got a floor here. We've got these angled screens that curve around all the way to the back. So we're building so that the audience in the background can actually see you know, camera feeds, things along those lines of what's being built. So there's, you know, it's really a focus on design here and there's another look at those returns and how those returns can be presented to the audience, and just a quick run through. And the reason that I'm talking so much about our use of Cinema 4D at the beginning of this of our design process is that not only are we using it to design the stages themselves and the screens, but then we also take that and we build what we call our secret weapon, these lens shaders. So not only are we designing the physical stages, but we're also building animations that go on said stages. And these lens shaders are a tool that help us build directly to said screens. And so if you remember the Morgan Wallen shape, here's an example of how we would have run out that lens shader to our Morgan Wallen stage. So basically, the lens shader helps us reshape the CG camera lens. And many of you are probably familiar with spherical or fisheye rendering, which in some senses uses lens shaders. But lens shaders can be taken a step further, and we can use the geometry of the screen as a lens. So we create this geometry, and it matches the screen, and then we're able to render out pixel-perfect maps that run through. And so this is an example of a custom lens shader that's built in Cinema 4D directly, and then we're actually rendering right out of it. All right. So here's a quick example. Let's see. Oh, there we go. There's the animation of it. But And then here's a quick example of an outcome of said lens shader. So as you can see, this content for the Morgan Wallen tour is wrapping around, and as it's pushing through this setup, we basically got our screen built out as the lens shader itself. So here's a wireframe of what's actually going on for us to achieve that element, and you can see that our lens is actually the screen itself. And so this allows us to save a lot of time. And it also allows us to get perspectives that a lot of people, I think it's very surprising when you're in show, right? And it saves our artists a lot of work from having to set multiple cameras or try to trick perspective, or if we do want to do perspective gags, it's a big time saver all around. And here's what that content looks like as just a flat render. So this was a pretty fun screen. We were actually at about, I think, 12K total. Not always rendering 12K for this, but it did allow for a lot of fun. And so you can see that distortion as it warps around the sides, matching our lens. And then when we wrap it around onto the screen, we get a perfect perspective. All right. That brings us to the Megan Thee Stallion stage, which we had just seen previously. What you can see here is how we would normally render with a lens shader. We would, or even in other pixel perfect scenarios for these screens, we would have a camera set up for each screen so that we could gain perspective. And that would mean that we're having to render tons of different angles and stitch everything together, and it becomes quite a nightmare. So the goal would be then, how can we blend between different points of perspective per surface? And in the case we were looking at earlier, it's a camera per screen. And then we actually change that with this lens shader technique. It can be reduced down to a single render. In this example, instead of a bunch of cameras, we've actually replaced all those cameras with nulls. And so the perspective of each LED surface can all be one render. So this is another time-saving trick that we use in order to build out these pretty extensive perspective gags that allow us to really kind of change the name of the game. We call it our secret weapon for a reason. It's not so secret anymore, but if you guys have any questions about this later, you can come find me. But yeah, the changing these to a null from a simple camera and perspective piece is really what allows us to kind of build this out. And then here's just another example how you can see the perspective changing and what each camera is gathering and where we're getting light. So in the bottom section, you'll see our pixel map itself laid out flat. And then here, as we move our nulls around, we're changing the perspective of each section without having to have multiple cameras and rendering out multiple elements. So just a sneak peek at what happens when we actually build, change, and distort these nulls. All right. Similar to the lens shaders, here's a quick example of a wrap. So this is a piece we built for the Sphere. Not only do we use Cinema 4D for stage modeling, ArchViz, and for graphics for concert touring, but we also use it in research and development. We use it for ideation for all of our creative elements. So this was an idea for Jay Balvin doing an inaugural F1 performance on the Sphere. and he was playing in the parking lot of all places on a stage. So instead of inside on the sphere, he was playing for the F1 race out in the parking lot. And they wanted to have concert visuals, so to speak. Now, they weren't timed necessarily to the music, but they were played during the performance. And then there was an advertising piece that ran the length of the week leading up to it. So this piece was actually scrapped, but we thought that it was fun, and the reason was that the sphere does have a mascot that's quite similar to the J Balvin mascot, but you can see here these were some of our initial experiments, and you can see this guy. I think he really needs a piece of gum. And so, as I mentioned, we use this as an R&D tool so that we can previs ahead of time. Build a quick model, build a quick lens shader, or a shader of some sort, and then we're off to the races. Uh-oh. And he is not too happy. Okay, he's actually pretty happy about it. All right, that's all right. He did great. It's crazy how he's just going to have more gum and, like, I don't know, right now. Now, here it is, unwrapped. So here's a quick look at those initial stages. So if you remember, we had gone from our initial pre-visualization stage, and this was the basis of that final render. Now the sphere is actually only 6K on the outside, unlike the, 16 by 16 internally, and I think a lot of people are doing 12K. But so it kind of made it a little bit simpler to work on this medium, and how we were able to do lower res renders for our tests and do a quick upscale for the final. Another example here, doing this simulation, and this was a branded look with J Balvin, and this one did end up playing on the sphere, and this was to support his up and coming Amigos single, and so this was the album art, and don't tell anyone, but we found the exact tree on CG Trader that they had used in the album art, so same tree. It's great. Who needs assets? Yeah. It's pretty fun. This was built by the wildly talented Brian Egan. Quite a stunning piece when it's at scale. And here that is unwrapped. Now, the challenge of the sphere is that it is a sphere. It has two sides. So you need to build out sections for each side of said sphere, so that people are at least gaining some perspective of what's going on across the board. And so this worked well. And what we found to be very interesting too is how the playback systems, etc. They were kind to have an After Effects template ready for us, but all in all, this was pretty straightforward as far as the production was concerned. It's just a matter of making sure that your perspectives and warps lay out correctly. Okay, so now we've taken a look at different lens shading techniques, wraps, warps, things along those lines. We can talk about how Cinema 4D is used on the stage. Now we've got a lot of different kinds of clients. We recently did a show for Capital One. with Tom Brady and Duran Duran. We had recently done Calvin Harris with Mr. David himself. Thank you for your help on that. And so we kind of range all over the board, but a lot of our work ends up on large LED screens. So our workflow is really built for those things, hence the lens shader techniques. And when we're building for the screens, we're not always doing straight animations. A lot of times artists like to see themselves, and we like to showcase the artists on the screens. So not only do we have direct camera feeds that we use, but we also do a lot of shooting and VFX work to support their vision of what they'd like to see on the screen. So a lot of times what happens is somebody wants, somebody will say, I'd like this specific moment in the show. I've got this vision, this is what it is. And a lot of times that means that we've got to shoot, direct, and build for very specific screens and very specific moments. So here we can see our talent giving a shoot, and then we've moved into some CG elements in a CG workflow. So you can see we go from the original plate to a tracked OG face, to a render in cinema, to then the final comp. This was used for the song Gift and a Curse. And so this was using keying tools on the face tracking. And it came back around and right back into Cinema 4D for these beautiful snakes. And there's our final comp. So the challenge from here is that we have to put these onto the screens. Now, for this show specifically, the screens themselves were not 16:9. They were actually vertical. So what happens a lot of times is that when the final renders are done, we'll pass on to editors. We'll pass on to folks whose job it is strictly to pixel map solely. This is done usually in After Effects, funny enough. We kind of skip Premiere. We find that After Effects is a stronger tool. Once our renders are out, that's where we're passing them off to. Here's another fun example from the same show, using keying tools yet again into cinema with the Alembic format, using this match move look. Now, because these screens were more of a 9:16 and not a 16:9, this look itself actually had to be stretched across all of the screens. And so then you have perspective questions. We did not use a lens shader. This was actually just stretched and mapped into the final render. But, all around, I think it brings a larger than life look. At certain times you're using specific screens to do specific things. And when you do take it to the full look, you've got quite a bold element there. All right, moving on. So for the Morgan Wallen tour, we're using that because I think the screen itself had kind of lent itself well to a lot of different perspective elements because of the curved nature of it and how it came around to the sides. For those of you who were watching earlier, we said we use Cinema 4D for its for a lot of its integration and plug-in purposes. This was done with X particles and rendered in Octane. It's a fluid sim. It's about 30 seconds long. It's cached on a single machine and then distributed to final render to our farm using Deadline, everybody's favorite. Now you can see here we've got some cubes, and those cubes were eventually moved and wrapped, but these cubes are actually placeholders for where we wanted to pipe in camera feeds of the artist on stage. So the end goal was that we are seeing the artist, the band, in performance in a section that's protected from the water, and the water is splashing around them. So that's what those are for, and that's our basic look. Here's a quick look at that in an unwrapped version off the screen. So this was kind of the final render. And because of the nature of our projects, it's difficult for us to do simulations like this in full, so we do have to use some wizardry to edit them together. A lot of times our clients are coming to us asking for wild things on wild timelines, and sometimes we're coming up with wild ideas on wild timelines. So I can't blame them fully. You know, I think this one was our idea. But I think it really worked out, and you can see some of those blending techniques that were used here in post. Flashing some lighting to the music. And then here's an even more exciting example of this in use at the concert itself. So you can see that those other cubes actually ended up wrapping around onto the sides of the screens, if you can see the curved nature of the screens. So we've got a single cube in the front. We wanted to showcase the drummer Taco, Marcanino, everybody calls him Taco. It was kind of his moment. He'd written the music for this breakdown, and so we said, hey, let's start on you. It'll be a big drum moment, and it'll kind of thrash around, and we'll move into a big guitar solo. And so, you know, I think what's so fun about working in concerts is that we're moving in sync with the band a lot of the times, and when it's a good relationship, we're actually helping develop musical moments, transitions, and then building animations around those pieces. So I think this was a really fun example. And as you can see, there's a lot of other things going on. You know, we're not making a movie. We're not making, a billboard. You know, what's happening is we've got lighting, we've got lasers, we've got performers on stage. You know, there's a crowd, there's a floor. So there's quite a few things going on. So while it is a gigantic screen, we also don't want to overpower. You know, we want to show off and we want to showcase, but we do need to support the bands themselves. And so it's really just how we design and how we showcase the band. Here's another example of that screen, and you can see this really fun perspective gag that we're doing. And then another fun piece with the camera feed. So we've developed what at certain points looks like a tarp that we're projecting on was the main goal here. We're kind of going for this industrial look, and then we've got a perspective gag, and it really it works from the front on and from kind of a 70-degree angle from the side. When you're looking in, it really feels as though the screen is disappearing, and we're kind of supporting these pieces. So this was for Morgan Wallen's Heartless. It was a song that him and Diplo came out with, so it was kind of a trappy experience. Again, we're trying not to show off so much here because there's a lot of pyro. It's kind of a hard-hitting experience. We really wanted this to be more of a set extension of sorts as opposed to concert visuals. And I think it really came through. So thank you to the team for that, Chadwick Makela. And here's another piece by Chadwick Makela where we're doing a really similar piece where we're often trying to showcase depth in these screens and make the screen disappear. How can we do that? That's really the end goal on a lot of these moments. So you'll see that we're actually not even going to the edge of the screen with a lot of this piece. It's set back. We've got dark, deep lighting that allows for the lighting on stage to showcase. And then we're really not giving away a lot of our gag, from in-person perspective. You're starting to see what feels a little bit more like magic as things start to disappear on stage. You get a quick look. I think the camera feed is really the thing that pulls people out, and so we try to work with our camera directors on setting up these shots so that they're consistent each night, that they work within the gag themselves with, however we're placing it. So there's a little bit of a concert going on backstage as well as on stage. And one more piece here from the Morgan Wallen show. Now this is a unique solution showcasing our use of Cinema 4D with other software pieces. So as you can see, we've got these neon elements, instead what we did was, instead of rendering out an entire sequence, we rendered each of these as a frame. So these are all single frames that are edited together later on in After Effects. This saves us on render time, saves us on sequencing, artist pain, you know. Time coding is not an easy thing, and laying out all these animations. So this was a build with Cinema 4D and After Effects. And here's a quick look at what that looks like when it's laid out. So this is just one piece of that, laid over the background. And then we comped this in as the sun was rising. And it just gives us a lot of tools to play with. And here's a quick look at what that project looked like. But, it's kind of fun to see it go from and turn into this piece. And so all of those keyframes, or all of that was built with just a few keyframes. Instead of having hundreds of them to build it all in Cinema 4D, we're able to do that in After Effects with single frame animations. Just saving us a lot of time. All right, and in After Effects we rigged control sliders of the expressions to drive the animation, and that's what allowed us to have just a few of those keyframes. Now we are an entertainment-based company that focuses on LED installations across the board, but we also I've got a background working on XR stages, green screen, VFX, as well as some of our more senior teams. So here's an example of some raw green screen footage shot on a Red camera for a campaign that we were recently working on.
Okay, it's a bit cold, but not a hacker inside. Day 22 of keeping my business as far away from cyber risk.
So you can see that this is pretty straightforward, raw footage.
Okay, it's a bit cold, but not a
hacker. And here's our virtual production for the final of this. So the fun piece about this is that we are capturing real-time camera tracking, feeding that into Unreal for a real-time preview, and then the final shot we used the Unreal Engine environment and rendered in Cinema 4D with Redshift. So this is those new tools that everybody's building are really coming online for us here.
Okay, it's a bit cold, but not a hacker inside. Day 22 of keeping my business.
All right. And here's a look at what that looked like as it was coming in from Unreal and what we were building out. And this was actually used with, we built this with Volume Builder. So it gave us some new options to build out our ice cave. And then here's what that final looked like. Final comp out of Cinema 4D.
No need for disaster recovery out here. Okay, it's a bit cold, but not a hacker inside.
And you'll see the new inclusion of our polar bear friend. All right, lucky we're not him. Glad to be here with you guys and not in an ice cave. Now, looking forward at production trends. Now, a lot of these are tools that everybody's familiar with. For us, I just want to kind of call out some things that we like to use that make our jobs easier, that we're excited about, and that our team is happy with. So what we're seeing right now are faster turnarounds with higher expectations. As I mentioned, concert touring is kind of funny that way. A lot of times people will call and they'll say, hey, we're building a show, we have 3 weeks. Needs to go out on the road. Maybe we have 6 weeks. And concerts are long. They're 60 to 90 minutes. That means that we are having to figure out how to build 60 to 90 minutes of complex timed animation, rendered at usually strange and large resolutions, often with many screens. So a lot of the details that you see today that we talked about with the lens shader techniques, things along those lines, how we're editing these things together, we're always looking for efficiencies, as everyone always is. But for us, it's imperative for the health of our teams, for the outcome of our clients and their goals. What we love right now, we're working with everybody all around the world. I think we're all liking the work from home mentality. We do have a small studio in Los Angeles, California, but having the talent pool opened up to all of you and everyone is fantastic, and it's, I think, really allowed us to grow as individuals and meet a lot of great people. What we're seeing is more integration across the board. I think everybody's starting to see these things come together. It's not just AI that's multimodal these days. We are all tying our tools together, as the weeks go on, which is a fantastic way to live. And in design trends, like I had mentioned, a lot of these are tools that everybody's familiar with. They're not new, but some of them are newer than others. But these are a lot of items that we're excited about and using in our workflows right now. Like Volume Builder, that we just used to put our spot out. We do a lot of character animation that would not be possible without the tools that Maxon's been building, and we do it quickly and with high efficiency. It's pretty amazing what we're able to get out. Just a few years ago, it just wasn't even possible. Also, the camera tracking tools and the calibration tools that we're able to bring into our pipeline. Okay, guys. I'll send out some of the branding and contact info. It's at the end of this presentation. Really at the end of the day, I think a big piece for us with Maxon as a whole is that our team is using it not only for like front-end production for physical and ArchViz, but also for Mograph, for VFX, pretty much across the board. And that brings us to our Q&A. Does anybody have any questions? Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Excellent job, Anders. Any questions while we have him live? Otherwise, he's going to go back to the studio. Okay, question from Patrick 4D. The question is, how did you come up with the name Raw Cereal?
We were eating breakfast. I know, it's crazy. Okay, so we were doing Kid Cudi, my business partner Court and I, and it was a terrible show in the sense of it was moving so quickly. We built him a lift that rose him about 18 feet off the ground. We built what we called the donuts, or the cake eventually, because it was LED that was stacked like layers of a cake, almost in a pyramidal form, and we had like quite an extensive lighting and laser package. The lift that we had purchased ended up being more like a carnival ride than anything else. It was terrifying, to say the least, and when he got up there, it was all hell broke loose, and so he cut it, we cut the whole thing. We ended up having to make, I think he cut about 12 songs that night, so the next day we had to figure out how do we make, I think in the end 6 of them needed to be completely redone. We had about 18 hours until the show, and we were at breakfast the day after, sitting at the diner in Van Nuys, and Court looked at me and he said, "Have you ever had raw cereal? Do you like raw cereal?" And I was like, "What, you mean like a handful of cereal from a box?" And he said, "Yeah, like a handful of cereal." I said, "Yeah, it's great." And that was born, that was it. That was our first show that we'd worked on together, and I'd been looking to start my own company. I'd been a freelance for a long time. He already had his own company, and we just said, look, if we can get through that, we can get through anything together. Let's do this thing, and it's been amazing. I couldn't ask for a better business partner. Couldn't ask for a better name. Yeah, thank you for asking. Yeah.
That's how raw cereal was born.
That's how raw cereal was born.
That's it.
Yeah, yeah.
From a failed cake.
From a failed cake.
Yeah, and
It
a
was
dangerous
rough.
carnival ride.
It was.
I love it.
The Jonas Brothers had used it, and they survived. Let's be clear.
Okay.
People have survived it. Yeah.
It's happened. Okay.
Yeah.
Any
yeah.
other breakfast-related questions? Oh.
Yeah.
No.
Go.
Awesome.
Thank you,
Let's give a big round of
everybody.
applause to Anders. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks for having me.
Goodbye today, Internet. This is the last presentation, but we will be
Bye,
back
Internet.
tomorrow for the final day of SIGGRAPH 2024 here at the Maxon booth. We will see you then.
Thank you. Thank you.
Check out these rims. Let's go deep.
lean. Fuck a chill, fuck a bill, make a scene. 50 racks on the bins, off my jeans. Froze chillin', both them must get busy. I can feel my kidneys and I'm trapping like I'm Whitney. Yo, bitch with me, nah boy, she ain't missing. Hold up, who you dissing? I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
Introducing Mograph TV from Mograph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. Mograph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
Mograph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
Mograph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
Check out these rims. Let's go deep.